conducted while the incident is under investigation. Renik Datta joins us for more on this story. Renik, the local SP there confirming the death of another Hindu man in Bangladesh. What has he said about this incident of him reportedly being chased by a mob?
एकदम ही देखिए, बांग्लादेश में जिस तरीके से लगातार हिंदुओं के ऊपर अत्याचार का घटना सामने आ रहा है, उसी तरीके से बांग्लादेश में इसको लेकर 6 नंबर जो मौत का घटना वो सामने आया है। और इसको लेकर ही चर्चा चल रहा था कि बांग्लादेश का जो नावगांव डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मिठुन सरकार नाम का जो लड़के का मौत हुआ था, उनके खिलाफ जो कंप्लेन हुआ था, उस कंप्लेन के बेसिस पर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जा रहा है नावगढ़ पुलिस स्टेशन की तरफ से, नावगढ़ पुलिस स्टेशन का जो सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस है तारिक अल इस्लाम, उनके तरफ से एकदम कबूल किया गया है कि पुलिस के पास इंफॉर्मेशन आया था कि और ये जो मिठुन सरकार है, इनको एक मॉब की तरफ से फॉलो किया जा रहा था। मॉब उनको भगा रहे थे और उसी दौरान ही मॉब की तरफ से केस किया जा रहा था उनको, और वो मॉब से बचने के लिए जंप किया था पानी में, तालाब में जो जंप किया था, और उसके बाद ही फायर सर्विस को बुलाया गया था उनको रेस्क्यू करने के लिए। फायर सर्विस की तरफ से रेस्क्यू किया गया था, उसके बाद अस्पताल में ले जाने के बाद उनको ब्रॉड डेड डिक्लेयर किया गया है। डेड बॉडी को पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेजा गया है, ऐसा पुलिस सुपर की तरफ से कंफर्म किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ ही पुलिस सुपर की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि ये पूरा घटना में मॉब में कौन कौन शामिल थे वो जानने का कोशिश भी पुलिस की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। एरिया का जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज या रिस्पेक्टिव जो फुटेज पुलिस के पास है, वो देखकर ही मॉब में जो लोग थे उसको आइडेंटिफाई करने का कोशिश भी नावगांव पुलिस स्टेशन की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। पुलिस की तरफ से ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि जल्द से जल्द ये पूरा घटना में जो लोग शामिल थे उनको भी हिरासत में लिया जाएगा।
रेनिक, शुक्रिया हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए। Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense has detected 11 sorties of Chinese military aircraft, 6 naval vessels and 1 official ship around its territorial waters, with 9 of the sorties crossing the median line into Taiwan's northern and southwestern Adis. Earlier on Tuesday, Taiwan had detected 8 sorties of PLA aircrafts and 7 Chinese naval vessels, with 2 crossing the median line into the southwestern and eastern Adis. Aditya Vadavan joins us for more on this story. Aditya, what has Taiwan claiming?
In a post on X, if you see, the Defense Ministry of Taiwan has said that, and I quote, 8 sorties of PLA aircraft and 7 planned vessels operating around Taiwan were detected up until 6 a.m. today. 2 out of 8 sorties crossed the median line and entered Taiwan's southwestern and eastern ADIs. That we have monitored the situation and responded. And, definitely, if you see there, the study titled "If China Attacks Taiwan" was released by the German Marshall Fund, which received partial funding from the US government. The report evaluates the likely military, strategic and international fallout for China under scenarios ranging from a major war to a minor conflict with Taiwan, Focus Taiwan said. So indeed, this is a very regular becoming with the PLA. Regularly China sends its aircraft and naval fleet in the Taiwanese water, and definitely which alerts the Taiwanese forces stationed there. And definitely the US Nimitz carrier is also stationed in the South China Sea. So definitely this is acting as a deterrent for the People's Liberation Army of the Chinese Communist Party. And definitely, Uday, from here on, we could expect a major escalation, because time and again, China claims that Taiwan is the part of the Chinese mainland. And definitely, considering the fact that some geopolitical analysts are of the view that if China invades Taiwan, then it will, gain control of this, the most vital, the source of the chip making, the semiconductor chips manufacturing. So indeed, for that reason only, US is always has stationed its USS Nimitz carrier in the South China Sea to deter Chinese forces from doing such a misadventure. Back to you then.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Aditya, with those updates. Now, a quick look at some other stories making the headlines from across India. Air India Express to launch weekly non-stop Varanasi-Bangkok flights from Feb 1st. The new service is to offer travellers from Varanasi non-stop connectivity to Bangkok. Bookings are open on the airline's website. Rehearsals are underway for the 70th Army Day Parade, scheduled to be held in Jaipur on January 15. This parade marks a historic first, as the event will be held in a public setting outside a traditional military cantonment. AIADMK General Secretary Palaniswamy has announced the inclusion of PMK in the state's NDA ahead of the forthcoming Tamil Nadu elections. He also asserted that they are already in an alliance with BJP and expressed the possibility of including more parties. Saket Court has granted bail to directors of Indian Institute of Psychometry in connection with the alleged ITBP recruitment paper leak case. Saket Court has observed incarceration would serve no useful purpose once the investigation stood completed. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned BJP leaders for not taking a stand following US President Trump's recent remarks on PM Modi, alleging that they are scared of Trump. He further said BJP leaders only address matters related to religion but keep a blind eye to matters of national interest. A man posing as a senior government officer has been arrested by police in Jharkhand's Palamu district for allegedly impersonating an IAS, an IP and TAFS officer and misusing authority of a public post to influence a land dispute. My colleague Javed Hussain has filed a ground report from the demolition site in New Delhi. Let's take a look.
बुधवार 7 जनवरी की सुबह तुर्कमान गेट के फैज़ इलाही मस्जिद के पास जो इल्लीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था यानी कि अवैध निर्माण था, उसे हाईकोर्ट के आदेश पर जो एमसीडी के द्वारा ये कार्रवाई की गई है और इसको लेकर कुछ जो है सामाजिक तत्व जो है उन्होंने उनके तरफ से पत्थरबाजी भी की गई और उसके बाद पुलिस ने पूरे सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल में ले लिया। जानकारी के मुताबिक दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से जो है दिल्ली पुलिस के जॉइंट सीपी जो हैं उन्होंने बताया कि कुल 9 पॉइंट्स बनाए गए थे। इन 9 पॉइंट्स पे तमाम एडिशनल डीसीपी रैंक के जो अधिकारी हैं उनको तैनात किया गया था, जिससे कि सिचुएशन पे पूरी तरीके से कंट्रोल किया जा सके। ये डेमोलेशन का काम यहाँ पर हो चुका है और अब जेसीबी के ज़रिए जो यहाँ पर जो मलबा है उसको हटाने का यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है और जो पुलिस है, पुलिस फोर्स भी यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। तुर्कमान गेट के पास फैज़ इलाही मस्जिद जो है, जिसको लेकर यहाँ पर जो कुछ यहाँ पे भीड़ जो थी, शरारती तत्व जो थे, उन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की। उसके बाद यहाँ से वो आगे की तरफ बढ़े, जिसमें कुछ पुलिस वाले और एमसीडी जो कुछ कर्मचारी हैं वो भी घायल बताए गए हैं। और यहाँ पर इस वक्त का सिचुएशन, अगर हम इस वक्त ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट आपको अगर हम बताएं कि जो इस वक्त का मौजूदा हालात है, तो आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स यहाँ पे तैनात की गई है और जो तुर्कमान गेट का जो इलाका है, जो मेरे वीजे राजू आपको दिखा रही हैं तस्वीरें, देखिए यहीं पर जो है इसी रास्ते पर आगे पथराव हुआ था। उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने एक्शन लेते हुए उन जो शरारती तत्व थे जिन्होंने पत्थर चलाया था उनके खिलाफ एक्शन की कार्रवाई की जो है वो जानकारी आ रही है। 10 लोगों को फिलहाल अभी हिरासत में लिया गया है और बताया जा रहा है कि अभी तकरीबन 5 से 6 लोगों की पहचान की गई है। ये इस वक्त हम यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और ये तुर्कमान गेट का इलाका है, जो यहाँ से आगे आसफ अली रोड से ये सीधा दिल्ली गेट की तरफ ये रास्ता जाता है और सामने तुर्कमान गेट की तरफ का ये रास्ता है और ये पूरा इलाका है जहाँ पर जो है ये इस तरफ से जो यहाँ पे पथराव शुरू हुआ था, यहाँ से लोग आगे की तरफ भागे थे और इस वक्त जो है फैज़ इलाही के पास का जो इल्लीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा गया है। और कल ही यानी कि 6 जनवरी को मंगलवार के दिन जो डीसीपी है यहाँ पर, डीसीपी सेंट्रल, उन्होंने अमन कमेटी की तरफ से जो है यहाँ पे लोगों को बुलाया था, उनसे बातचीत की थी कि किसी तरीके का कोई भी गलत मैसेज या अफवाह ना फैलाया जाए और इस कंस्ट्रक्शन को लेकर डीसीपी की तरफ से पूरी जो है मीटिंग की गई थी। देखिए इस वक्त जो है यहाँ पर जो है पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के साथ साथ दिल्ली पुलिस भी यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से अलर्ट पर है और ख़ास तौर से हम आपको बता दें कि पूरी तरीके से जो सुरक्षा को लेकर अगर हम बात करें तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस पूरे इलाके को, पीछे की तरफ जो रास्ता है मेरे वीडियो जो दिखा रहे हैं राजू, इस इलाके को पूरी तरीके से बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है, आसफ अली रोड को बंद कर दिया गया है और इस वक्त जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो इस वक्त यहाँ पे मौजूद है और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की अगर हम बात करें सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को भी यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय किया गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अभी हालात बिल्कुल शांतिपूर्ण है और अमन कमेटी के द्वारा जो है बात भी की गई जिससे कि लोगों को पूरी तरीके से समझाया जा सके। और ये फैज़-ए-इलाही मस्जिद के पास जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा गया है और इसको लेकर जो है वो कार्रवाई की गई है और फिलहाल इस वक्त जो है हालात बिल्कुल शांतिपूर्ण है। अपने सहयोगी कैमरामैन राजू के साथ मैं जावेद हुसैन, इंडिया न्यूज़।
The Kollam Vigilance Court in Kerala has once again denied bail to former Travancore Devaswam Board President and former CPIM MLA A. Padma Kumar in connection with the Sabrimala gold theft case. Padma Kumar had sought urgent bail, stating that the investigation is almost complete and he has been in custody for several months. The court, though, has denied relief after the prosecution argued that he played a central role in the case. Belly Thomas is joining us for more on this story. Belly, no relief for A. Padma Kumar?
The Kollam Vigilance Court has rejected the bail plea once again on Wednesday of the former Travancore Devaswam Board President and the former CPIM MLA A. Padma Kumar, ruling that he cannot escape the responsibility in the Sabrimala gold theft case. And Padma Kumar had moved the court seeking bail in connection with the alleged theft of gold from the Dwarapalaka idols at the Sabrimala temple. His bail plea in the earlier door frame plates case had already been dismissed by both the Vigilance Court and the High Court. And in his plea, Padma Kumar argued that the entire Devaswam Board bore collective responsibility for the decision to hand over the gold sheets to Unnikrishnan Poti. However, the court observed that the Padma Kumar, as the board president at the relevant time, could not absolve himself of the responsibility for the alleged act. And the Vigilance Court's decision was based on the submissions and evidence placed before it by the special investigating team regarding the Padma Kumar's role in this case. And the prosecution also contended that all board members serving at the time were allegedly involved in the gold theft. With the rejection of this bail plea, Padma Kumar will continue to remain in judicial custody. Back to you.
All right, stay with us. In fact, Kerala Minister M.B. Rajesh has spoken on the Sabrimala gold theft probe as well. He has said, and I quote, the High Court has come out with an order in which it has expressed full faith and satisfaction in the ongoing investigation in the Sabrimala case.
Honorable High Court has come out with an order yesterday which has expressed its full faith and satisfaction in the ongoing investigation in Sabrimala case. So this is a reply to leader of opposition who has been making allegations against special investigation team. Court has directed special investigation team to go ahead fearlessly and without considering any such allegations. And most importantly, the court has made very serious observations against the media. The court says, despite such clear directions, it is reported that the SIT is presently being subjected to unwarranted pressure by way of misleading, speculative, and unfounded reports aired through sections of the mainstream media as well as social media platforms.
Belly Thomas is live with us on this big story. Belly, what can be read into this statement by Kerala Minister M.B. Rajesh?
Uday, M.B. Rajesh has reiterated the fact that the court has given all free hand for the special investigation team to investigate into this particular Sabrimala theft case, and that it shouldn't bother or get worried about the opposition alleging that SIT is not enough for investigating this case. But the Congress leaders recently had expressed their concern that this particular Sabrimala theft case has international ramifications, and that a bigger agency like a CBI agency will have to investigate this case because it has to question people who are abroad also. So there are a lot of speculations of the media also coming on, and the court has warned now the speculations that are both going rounds in the mainstream media as well as the social media. On this case, the media trial is also conducted parallelly with what the court indicated, and that shouldn't happen in this case. And it has given free hand for the special investigation team to conduct an impartial inquiry into this, and they can question anyone whatsoever. Now, the CPIM leader who was denied bail, A. Padma Kumar, who was a former Development Board president, and the former CPIM MLA, has been denied bail in this case, and the bail was not granted just because of his substantial political influence, is what the court mentioned. So here, what we can see is the court has expressed its giving free hand for the special investigation team to go ahead with the investigation, despite they have challenges around them with the political influence and media speculations going around with them.
All right. Appreciate you joining us, Belly, with those details. Let's slip into a short break. Much more coming up.
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाएं कई गुना।
टेक्नोलॉजी की नई उड़ान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के दृढ़ संकल्प से विकास का स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिख रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश। आज प्रदेश टेक्नोलॉजी, AI एवं डेटा में अपनी निर्णायक उपस्थिति दर्ज कर रहा है। लखनऊ और नोएडा में AI सिटी की स्थापना सुनिश्चित हो रही है। जेवर में 3,700 करोड़ रुपए की सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट निर्माणाधीन है। डेटा सेंटर पार्क एवं सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क की स्थापना से उत्तर प्रदेश डिजिटल पावर हाउस बनने की दिशा में अग्रसर है। AI प्रज्ञा के माध्यम से युवाओं को AI प्रशिक्षण मिल रहा है। रोबोट उत्पादन में भी अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश। तकनीक है, समृद्धि है, संस्कार है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार है।
I'm innocent, I am not guilty. I am a decent man, I am still the president of my country, quote unquote. This is what the toppled Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro pleaded in his first hearing at the Manhattan court. Hello and welcome, you're watching Newsx Deep Dive. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Today we're discussing what went down on Maduro's first day of trial in an American courtroom. Let me take you through how the day unfolded for Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. Well, at 10:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 9:21 p.m. Indian time, the couple arrived at the downtown Manhattan heliport in handcuffs and were flanked by heavily armed DEA agents. After an hour and a half at 12:09 p.m. EST, Nicolas Maduro was brought into the New York courtroom wearing a blue prison uniform. At 10:51 a.m. EST, which is 9:21 p.m. Indian time, the couple arrived at the downtown Manhattan heliport in handcuffs. After an hour and a half at 12:09 p.m. EST, Nicolas Maduro was brought into the New York courtroom wearing a blue prison uniform. Courtroom sketch made by artist Christine Cornell. Maduro shook hands with his lawyer, Barry Pollock, before taking his seat, while his wife appeared moments later. We'll circle back to Maduro's lawyer later as well. The couple was then seated at one table wearing headphones to provide translation, and Judge Alvin Hellerstein was presiding. Before starting the hearing, Judge Hellerstein addressed the courtroom. He said, "It's my job to assure this is a fair trial, and that's what I intend." As the hearing proceeded, Judge Hellerstein asked Maduro to identify himself. In Spanish, he said, "I am the president of Venezuela and I was captured at my home in Caracas, Venezuela." When asked for his plea in connection with the 4 charges against him, Maduro professed his innocence. The Venezuelan president also indicated that he had yet to read the indictment but declined an offer from the judge to have it read in court. "I would rather read it personally," he said. But for the viewers, Maduro is accused of overseeing a cocaine trafficking network with international drug cartels and faces 4 criminal counts: narco-terrorism, cocaine importation conspiracy, and possession of machine guns and destructive devices. He listened to an interpreter through headphones as Hellerstein summarized the charges. When prompted, Celia Flores identified herself as the First Lady of the Republic of Venezuela. She also entered a not guilty plea. Not guilty, completely innocent, she said in Spanish. Maduro's wife will be represented by Houston-based attorney Mark Donnelly, appearing pro hac vice. He is a former federal prosecutor in Texas who worked on behalf of the Texas House of Representatives on the impeachment of Attorney General Ken Paxton. Paxton was acquitted by the state. Senate Polak, Maduro's lawyer, described Maduro's arrest as an abduction. He said he expected to file extensive motions as the case plays out. As the judge informed the couple of their right to confer with officials from the consulate of Venezuela, both Maduro and Flores indicated that they wish to do so. Maduro said that he would like to have a consular visit. The couple both waived their right to seek bail for the time being. The judge set the next hearing for the 17th of March. As the hearing ended, Maduro also got into a brief verbal altercation with a demonstrator who called him an illegitimate president as he was exiting the courtroom. Maduro responded in Spanish, "I am a kidnapped president. I am a prisoner of war." Now let's come back to Maduro's attorney. Barry Pollock is a prominent criminal defense attorney in Washington, D.C. and a partner at the law firm Harris St. Laurent and Wechsler LLP. He has a notable history of representing controversial figures in complex cases, including the long-term representation of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Another high-profile client was Marty Tankleff, a New York man who was exonerated after serving 17 years in prison for wrongful conviction charges that he had killed his parents in their home in the upscale waterfront village of Belterre in New York. The judge presiding over the case of Maduro and his wife is 92-year-old Judge Alvin Hellerstein. The case in which Maduro was indicted in 2020 was filed 15 years ago in Hellerstein's court and has seen the conviction of Hugo Armando Carvajal, the former intelligence chief of the Latin American country. During his long and eventful career, Hellerstein has presided over several civil cases stemming from the September 11, 2001 Al-Qaeda attacks on New York and Washington, D.C. He's also faced off against Donald Trump on some occasions, rejecting a request by the president to have his New York hush money case moved to federal court. Hellerstein also blocked the Trump administration last year from deporting alleged Venezuelan gang members without a court hearing. The prosecution in Maduro's trial is being led by federal prosecutors from the U.S. Department of Justice, specifically the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Assistant U.S. Attorney Kyle A. Wershba spoke on behalf of the government on the trial. Wershba has been involved in the case since the initial indictment back in 2020 and played a leading role in the prosecution of former Maduro ally Cliver Alcala Cordones, who had been a general in Venezuela's military before falling out with his socialist boss and later pleading guilty to providing material support to FARC, an anti-government armed militant group in Colombia that U.S. officials said trafficked tons of cocaine to American soil. So as day one of Nicolas Maduro's trial ends, the legal battle now unfolds against a far more complicated backdrop. The U.S. once built its case around the so-called Cartel de los Soles, a term now increasingly described not as a drug cartel, but as a system of corruption tied to Venezuela's leadership. With the Justice Department itself scaling back that language, critics are now questioning whether America's actions, including Maduro's dramatic capture, were driven by security concerns, political strategy, or something in between. And that is why this case is being watched so closely, because beyond the courtroom arguments and legal charges, it may also test the credibility of the narrative Washington built around Venezuela and what truly justified bringing Maduro here to stand trial. Joining us live to discuss this further is Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat. Ambassador Dayal, how do you view the first day of the Maduro trial, how it panned out, and how things will proceed from here?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. You know, the first day panned out on expected lines. The prosecution unsealed the indictment, which is 25 pages, and it was revealed that Maduro and his co-defendants, including his wife, Celia Flores, faced 4 primary counts. Firstly, accusations of leading a cartel of the Suns that conspired with terrorist organizations like FARC to use cocaine as a weapon against the U.S. Secondly, allegations of facilitating the shipment of thousands of tons of cocaine into the U.S. dating back to 1999. 3, use of military-grade weaponry to protect and promote drug trafficking operations. And last is the charge relating to possession of machine guns and all these offenses relating to firearms. Now, Maduro's legal team signaled a defense centered on challenging the court's jurisdiction rather than the evidence itself. His attorneys labeled the US Special Forces raid in Caracas a military abduction or kidnapping that violated international law. Now, the defense argues that as the head of a sovereign state, Maduro is entitled to absolute immunity from prosecution in domestic US courts. Maduro, of course, continues to assert his status as the sitting president of Venezuela. But this is a point which the US government disputes, as it does not recognize his recent election victories. Now, under the US law, Maduro can be and currently is being tried in the United States. Let me explain. While sitting heads of state typically enjoy absolute immunity under international law, the US government has not recognized Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate president since 2019. Now, under US law, the executive branch holds the exclusive authority to recognize foreign governments. Now, because the US does not recognize Maduro,
yes,
courts treat him as a private individual without sovereign immunity.
Yes. Now, also, as far as, of course, the fact that he is a head of state, a sitting head of state right now, does that allow him any special privileges, Ambassador Dayal, in the United States? Of course, he has requested for consular access. He has also, of course, he's being represented, as is his wife, by pretty competent attorneys who, of course, do have a track record in the past as well of representing controversial figures, sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. So how do you view, A, if he'll get any special privileges, and B, his defense in terms of consular access and also legal defense in court?
Well, I don't think he'll get any special privileges because, as I just stated, the US does not recognize him as the legitimate president of Venezuela, and therefore it does not recognize him as a head of state. The US feels that the elections were manipulated, they were not fair, and that they were stolen elections. So, for this reason, the prosecutors are unlikely to agree to any sort of special privileges, and they will impress on the court not to grant him any. Now, let me also mention that the prosecutors cite the 1989 capture and the 1992 conviction of Panama's leader, Manuel Noriega, as the prime legal precedent for trying a foreign ruler on federal drug charges. So exactly the same things might follow as were done in Noriega's case. And as I said earlier, I don't think Maduro will get any special privileges. Of course, a lot of global leaders have condemned the abduction, and even the United Nations Secretary General has said that the US action in Venezuela was a violation of international law.
Okay.
But nonetheless, as the world grapples with this highly unusual and controversial military seizure by the US of another world leader, the criminal case against Maduro will work through the US justice system much like any other suit.
Will this be a fast-track trial, though? By when do you believe it'll conclude?
Well, I don't think it's being fast-tracked. You know, the next hearing itself is on 17th of March.
Absolutely.
So after a gap of such a long time, over 3 months. So I don't think there's any intention to fast-track it.
Okay. Okay. Ambassador Dayal, we leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us with your perspective on this segment.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Deep Dive. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Today we are focusing on a case that has sent shockwaves through the Indian diaspora and the United States and left a family in Secunderabad seeking answers. It's an incident that involves a calculated deception, a transnational flight from justice and a young life cut tragically, short in Maryland. We're talking about the murder of 27-year-old Nikita Godishala. Let's begin with the facts as established by the Howard County Police Department. The investigation did not start with the discovery of a body, but with a phone call made by the man now sitting in a jail cell in Tamil Nadu. On 2nd January 2026, 26-year-old Arjun Sharma contacted the police in Howard County. He had filed a formal missing person report claiming that Nikita Godishala had vanished. In his statement to authorities, Sharma asserted that he had last seen her on New Year's Eve at his apartment in Maryland City on Twin Rivers Road. However, investigators immediately noticed discrepancies. While police mobilized to search to find Nikita, the man who reported her missing was already making his exit. Official records confirm that on that very same day, January 2nd, Arjun Sharma boarded an international flight and fled the United States. He did not stay to help find her. He ran. This rapid departure triggered an escalation in the investigation. On 3rd January, police obtained and executed a search warrant for Sharma's residence. Nikita's body was there inside the apartment of the man who claimed she had gone missing. She had been stabbed to death. The forensic details released by the Howard County Police Department paint a grim picture of Nikita's final moments. Based on the evidence gathered at the scene, detectives believe she was killed shortly after 7 p.m. on the 31st of December 2025. This timeline is crucial. It suggests that Nikita reportedly lay dead in that apartment for nearly 48 hours while Sharma was still in the country, likely planning his escape and filing a false police report to buy himself time. But why would he commit this crime? Nikita and Arjun were so close. Based on the victim's social media account, Instagram, Nikita and Arjun became friends at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. On 17 July 2022, she posted a photo on Instagram where she is playfully pulling his cheeks. The caption, "Birthday Kids," suggests it was his birthday. On 25th May 2023, Nikita posted another photo from a graduation ceremony. In this group of 9, she and Arjun are seen standing side by side. Their association extended to travel as well. On March 27, 2023, Nikita shared a photo from a trip to Washington, D.C. featuring Arjun and a mutual friend. During that same period, they visited Philadelphia, where they were pictured grabbing pizza at Luigi's Pizza Fresca on 21st March 2023. That same Instagram highlight features a group photo of 7 people, including Nikita and Arjun, traveling together in a van. The next year, between March 8th and 11, 2024, Nikita and Arjun, along with other friends, traveled to Los Angeles. Through the course of the years, their friendship bloomed. The two even traveled to New Orleans in March 2025 along with other friends. These are two people who had known each other for years. They had built fond memories together in a country that was not home. To do that, you need to be able to trust your immediate circle, and from the looks of it, Arjun Sharma was someone Nikita trusted, traveled with and liked spending time with. So what really went wrong? While American law enforcement remains cautious about assigning a motive, Nikita's family here in India has been much more direct. In the immediate aftermath of the news, several media outlets referred to Arjun Sharma as Nikita's boyfriend. Her father, Anand Godishala, has firmly rejected this label. Speaking from their home in Secunderabad, Nikita's father clarified the nature of their relationship. He said Sharma was not a romantic partner but an ex-flatmate. He explained they had previously shared accommodation with 4 individuals. According to the family, their relationship was professional and platonic, but it had recently been strained by financial issues. Listen in to the father's statement.
रूममेट से 4 जने रहते थे। अभी मेरा बेटी उसको मालूम पड़ा वो तो पूरा खर्चा कर दिए पूरा। मेरे बेटी से भी पैसे पूछ लिया उन्होंने। इंडिया जा रहा बोल के हनुमतों ने फोन करा तो आओ पैसा दे तुम बोल के कुछ अटेंड करके भाग गया। उतना ही गवर्नमेंट से और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से विनती करता हूँ मेरे बेटी का बॉडी जल्दी दे दीजिए।
Her father further claimed that the suspect Arjun Sharma had a history of borrowing money from Nikita. The family asserts that Sharma owed her a significant sum and that this debt was the central point of friction between them. Anand Gorichala believes his daughter was lured to her death. His account suggests Nikita had been pressing Sharma to repay the money he owed her, perhaps knowing he was planning to travel or simply because the debt had gone unpaid for too long. In this version of events, the murder was a brutal way to silence a creditor. The subsequent actions of the accused, calling the police to report her missing, are viewed by the family not as an act of concern, but as a cold-blooded diversion. By reporting her missing, Sharma potentially directed police attention away from his apartment for just long enough to board his flight to India. Acting on intelligence provided by US authorities, Indian police tracked Arjun Sharma to the state of Tamil Nadu. It was there, thousands of miles from the crime scene, that he was arrested. Sharma will likely face legal proceedings here before he can be returned to Maryland to stand trial for first-degree murder. It's easy to get lost in the procedural details of the manhunt, but we must remember the human cost. Who was Nikita Godishala? Well, she was a young woman who represented the aspiration of thousands of Indian students. Born and raised in Telangana, she was a dedicated scholar. She completed her Bachelor of Pharmacy at the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University in India, studying from 2015 to 2021. But her ambitions took her further. She moved to the United States to pursue a master's degree in health information technology at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Born and raised in Telangana, she was a dedicated scholar. She completed her Bachelor of Pharmacy, as we told you earlier already. She was not just a student, she was a rising professional. Nikita was working as a data and strategy analyst at Veda Health in Columbia, Maryland. She joined the company in Feb 2025. In less than a year, she had made a significant impact. Her colleagues recognized her hard work with the All-In Award, a testament to her dedication and a bright future in the American Healthcare Tech Center. Years old, living the dream she had worked so hard to build when it was stolen from her. Imagine what her family now is going through. This is a photograph of her parents that Nikita had uploaded on 1st January 2023 with big smiles. Think about what the family is going through as we speak after losing their daughter. As of now, the family has been requesting the state and central government to hand over their daughter's body. Unfortunately, this is just the start of this long and painful legal battle to seek justice. Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer, joins us on the broadcast. Sanjay, how do you view this absolutely shocking incident of murder coming to light from the United States of America, and how the main accused fled after informing the police?
This is an incident which makes all of us distraught and makes us believe that...
Sanjay Sahai, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How about you?
Okay, now your voice is coming through. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, this basically gives the ugly side or the dark underbelly of what we call as the American dream and the youngsters deciding to go to the US and make a grand career out of it. So that is perfectly fine, and what they desire, what they dream, it is their birthright and they try to fulfill it. What has gone awry in this whole dream is the relationship issue. And in this particular case also, I think it's the relationship which has gone awry, which on the face of it is looking as a boyfriend-girlfriend sort of a relationship or something romantic and things of that nature. But as the father says that this fellow has always been trying to extract money and he is more of a parasite. That went on and finally led to a situation wherein he in his whatever frame of mind thought that he will be able to get away with it and the creditor will be silenced once and for all. The main issue in this whole exercise is that once you get into a relationship of this nature, and has been found in India, primarily a toxic relationship. And this toxic relationship, to get out of it becomes very, very difficult. Sometimes it leads into violence, sometimes into a financial extraction of the nature which we are seeing here, if you go by whatever the parents have to say. The Howard County Police certainly they are moving on a completely objective and empirical evidence sort of a basis, and until unless they are very clear about the fact that this is the motive is the financial part of it. That is why they have also registered a case on both on the first degree and the second degree going murder, which primarily means planning and premeditated sort of a murder, and the second is more impulsive, depending on whatever happens to the extradition and the accused is able to reach the US at that particular point in time, they will take a final call. The facts of the case are very, very intriguing, because in murder cases, it's not very difficult to get to know the motive of it. There are no calls earlier, no public service calls, which means 911 calls are not there. There is no history of altercation. The family is also not able to give us any history of altercation. And if there was a very long drawn argument or battle which has been going on for money, I think that still remains unknown in the public domain. What is being talked about is some amount of money, some 4 lakhs, 3 lakhs, whatever, which does not mean a very big amount of money as far as when you are earning in dollars, and some $3,500 being transacted in an unauthorized manner, which this fellow transacted and the girl, the victim, was not aware of it. I'm also not sure of the fact whether this fellow has access to handling her financial transactions, and in that process, without her knowledge, he would have transacted upon a huge amount of money. So all these things remain unknown at the current juncture. If we put all the things together, there does not seem to be something which has the struggle which has been going on for a long time. We are somehow inclined to believe whatever the family and the parents say, because no other evidence is coming by, that there has been a financial issue between both the victim and the accused, and that might have led to the particular issue. If there was an immediate and provocation at that particular point in time, which ended to the stab injuries and the murder. The second part is that a person who has never gone into any violence getting into murder for the first time, which is generally does not happen, but there are any number of cases in the youngsters these days, and people in a live-in relationship or a romantic relationship or a love relationship. So all these things are being seen all around the place. Okay. The employment status of the accused is unknown.
Yes.
So what is this financial? That is very, very important.
So prima facie for you, does it seem to be a crime done because of financial reasons, as the father is alleging, because there was money that was owed, etc., or do you believe there could be other reasons as to why this crime was committed? And also, what happens now to the main accused? What happens now to the main accused, Sanjay Sai? He's in India now, but obviously the trial is in Maryland. The crime was committed in Maryland, reportedly. So what happens next to him?
See, he has been caught based on an international manhunt and the arrest warrant being issued by Interpol, and to the credit of both the Howard County and also the Tamil Nadu police and the Indian collaboration, that he has been able to, he was apprehended and he has been arrested and he is in some Tamil Nadu jail. As we move further from the present instance of the arrest, now we get into the 1997 US-India extradition treaty and moving further into the Extradition Act of 1962. So the case will be pushed by the Ministry of External Affairs and the concerned agencies to a court of magistrate, wherein all these things will be put forth. Based on that, the accused will also get a chance to appeal that he would not go in for extradition, and he would certainly fight it out, and the defense lawyers will talk about his not going for extradition for a variety of reasons. So that said and done, he will have the rights to appeal to the High Court and to the Supreme Court of India, and then it primarily becomes an administrative decision. It is not that the judicial instruction of the judicial directive is final. The judicial directive will only talk about this particular accused to surrender. But what is to happen, whether the extradition will happen or not happen, we have seen in other cases, though unrelated to this particular case, is primarily related to human rights and jail conditions and political part of it, which does not stand as far as this particular case is concerned. The present crime, it is a part of that particular treaty, and it is accepted by both India and the US. Now it depends on the legal battle how much time it takes, but certainly it will not be very easy.
Okay.
But if both the governments are ready, it shouldn't be very difficult also and can be handled in a couple of months.
All right. Thank you, Sanjay Sahib, for joining us with your perspective on this segment.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. A big Newsx exclusive. Yes, a major crackdown on foreign funding and internal security has taken a sharp turn in Uttar Pradesh. Climate activist Harjeet Singh, a familiar face at global climate summits, has been arrested in Ghaziabad. While the arrest was technically made by the UP Excise Department, the trail begins with the Enforcement Directorate. The ED is currently probing a high-stakes web of narrative building and foreign remittances that the agency claims could threaten India's energy security. Now, Harjeet Singh, the Global Engagement Director for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, is now under the lens of federal agencies. A management graduate who shifted to the development sector, Singh spent years with Action Aid and Climate Action Network. He is widely known for advocating for loss and damage funding for the Global South. However, the ED tells a different story. Following raids on Monday at his Ghaziabad residence and offices of his company, Satat Sampada Private Limited, the agency alleged that the firm, which ostensibly promotes organic farming, was a front. The ED claims the company received over 6 crore rupees between 2021 and 2025 as consultancy charges from foreign groups like Climate Action Network and Stand Earth. Officials allege these funds were actually used to promote the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty in India, a move the AD claims could compromise national energy security. But it's Singh's recent travels that have raised the loudest alarms. The ED is investigating a visit for the Breathe Pakistan summit, where the agency is scrutinizing the individuals Singh met. Harjeet Singh allegedly travelled to Bangladesh during a period of intense anti-India protests. He reportedly delivered a lecture at the Sher-e-Bangla University without an official invitation and also met with unconnected individuals. During the FEMA searches, the ED found a large cache of liquor, roughly 45 litres at Singh's home, far exceeding the permissible limits under UP law. Acting on a tip-off of the ED, the Excise Department took him into custody. Well, we've told you now about Harjeet Singh. Now let's tell you a little about his wife, Jyoti Awasthi. Jyoti Awasthi is the CEO and co-founder of Satat Sampada Private Limited. She has over 2 decades of experience in the social sector, focusing on urban and rural communities, sustainable agroecological practices and natural farming. At SSPL, she leads farmer training and capacity building programs. She is also the founder of Eat Right Basket, an e-commerce marketplace that connects rural organic farmers with urban consumers. Before founding SSPL, though, she served as the research coordinator for Climate Action Network South Asia. She holds a postgraduate degree in mass communication in science and technology from the Lucknow University that she completed in 1997. In 2019, she was honored with the Dr. Rajendra Prasad Impactful Social Worker Award by India Positive for her contributions to organic farming and safe food. The ED identifies her as a director and shareholder of SSPL. The agency alleges that between 2021 and 2025, the company received over 6 crore rupees. While her husband Harjeet Singh was arrested by the UP Excise Department following an ED tip-off regarding liquor stocks, Jyoti Awasthi is currently under the lens of the Federal Probe Agency as part of the broader FEMA investigation. Let's take a look now at the money trail that the Enforcement Directorate has uncovered. So clearly, of course, there is a money trail that the ED has been tracking and of course has now uncovered. And of course, they intend to now prove this going forward and corroborate this with evidence as well, with the arrests, of course, of those that they are investigating. So how did this money trail reportedly happen? Now, this is as per our sources in the ED. The Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, this big company, reportedly through Climate Action Network and through Stand Earth, put funding into Satat Sampada Climate Foundation. So through these 2 entities put money into Satat Sampada Climate Foundation. Now, what is this foundation? Well, this foundation is the foundation that is run by Harjeet Singh and Jyoti Awasthi, who we've already described and explained their role to you. Now, reportedly, the allegation is that between a period of 2021 to 2025, a money amount of 6.5 crore rupees was actually put into this entity, disguised as consultancy charges, but actually meant to push for fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. So the actual intention was to lobby for this, but reportedly it was on the surface of it disguised as consultancy charges. That is the entire trail of how this entire money was funneled in and through what channels, of course, into this entity. Now, in fact, my colleague Shivani Singh is joining us live now on the broadcast, and she is going to explain to us a bit more about this Satat Sampada Foundation, that foundation, that entity that I was telling you about, which of course is run by Singh and Avasthi. What is this foundation? What does it do? What more can you tell us? Shivani Singh, over to you.
Right, Uday, in fact, let me take you across to some of the online presence of Satat Sampada. And over here, if we look at the website, the official website that's on air for you of Satat Sampada, it says Nature Forever in Hindi. It says that it reflects the commitment to global climate justice for people and the planet. In fact, if we also look at what it talks about itself, it says that we strive to empower vulnerable communities and countries to adapt to and address the impacts of climate change while promoting sustainable natural resource systems. Why this is important today is because here they are talking about vulnerable communities, but they are also talking about vulnerable countries. And according to them, Pakistan and Bangladesh seem to be one of the countries that's very vulnerable to climate change, and hence we are looking at their actions which are present in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Let's look at their vision. In fact, they say that according to their vision, they want a just and climate safe world where communities, particularly the most vulnerable, thrive in harmony with nature, and they see a future where knowledge, resources and opportunities are distributed fairly. And their mission is to champion climate justice by driving equitable, inclusive and transformative solutions. And now if we look at its objectives, there are 3 possible objectives that they have listed out. This is protecting communities from climate impacts, driving climate mitigation and just transition, and also enhancing policy. So they are in fact stating in their objectives over here, Uday, that they want to enhance policy influence. They are looking at countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh, and they want to influence the policy over there. So this is clearly mentioned in their website as well. And let's look at what they do. If they are a climate foundation, and these are the 4 goals: adaptation, loss and damage, climate finance and just transition. Over here, climate finance actually plays a very important role because the ED is also looking at money laundering. A lot of foreign funds being poured into this climate foundation. So when we look at their work, we also look at climate finance. That is one of the works that they actually do, Uday. So this was basically Satat Sampada and what they do, what their objectives is, and we have seen that they are looking at countries which are vulnerable, which we have pointed out, Pakistan and Bangladesh. We have looked at the finance angle. We are also looking at their objectives. We proved to you that was influencing the policy of a country. Now, in fact, Uday, now let me also take you across to the Harjeet Singh's Instagram social media page. Over here we will see a lot of posts regarding Bangladesh. If you look at this Bangladesh post, Bangladesh groups urge to end fossil fuel plants at Climate Justice Assembly, and this is where they are calling for grant-based climate finance. Remember, the money trail is very important here. That's what we are talking about. That's what ED is talking about. And you can look at the captions. This is on social media. This is for the public to see. They are seeking grant-based climate finance. And this is in Bangladesh, remember, a country which is currently facing unrest, a country where Hindu minorities are facing attacks. Let's in fact also look at some of his videos. Here he is in person. This person is actually stating that the concrete outcome was to develop a transition mechanism, even though no progress has been made, but they are stating that they do want money, they want finance, they want grants that are coming in place. In fact, these are some of the social media posts. In fact, we saw for Bangladesh, this was very recent because in Bangladesh, they are seeking a transition to renewables. They are seeking the Bangladesh to sign the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty that the ED now is also looking at. So these are some very important things. In fact, let's go across to his Twitter account and let's see what he actually talks about Pakistan, because that's another country where he is a part of Breathe Pakistan. That's an initiative that he has spoken about, Breathe Pakistan, and we can see how clearly he has mentioned a lot about Pakistan, how there are many displacements in Pakistan, and how Pakistan actually needs critical help and financial support. So if Uday, we look at all his social media posts, we are seeing how finance and financial support is playing a major role in all of the social media posts of Satat Sampada, of Harjeet Singh, and all the people who are involved in this foundation. So clearly, he has in fact also mentioned Libya and Pakistan together in one of his posts over here, where they are saying that they have suffered huge losses and damages that have made it ineligible to access loss and damage funds. So this is something that everyone will be looking at. It's a very important thing because all of the social media posts point towards a financial contribution, and the ED is actually looking at these things. In fact, Uday, so clearly we can see through the social media posts as well that this is something very important.
Stay with us. In fact, let's also now put out for our viewers another very crucial ground report. My colleague Brian visited the office of Satat Sampada Foundation. It was operating normally and refused to answer our questions, despite, of course, all these ED charges and investigation.
तो ये आपके डायरेक्टर अभी कहाँ होंगे? सर आप अपना ईमेल आईडी दे दीजिए। ना कि फाउंडर हरजीत सिंह और ज्योति अवस्थी, तो ये तो कल ईडी ने शायद रेड किया है। हमारे पास जो प्रेस स्टेटमेंट की तरफ से आया है, यहाँ का हम वीडियो बना सकते हैं क्या? एक बार पूछ लीजिए कि ये तो वो है ना, पब्लिक यूटिलिटी में है ना ये तो। I mean, people can buy things from here, na? So I think we can make a video of it.
Brian Thomas, in fact, is joining us live now on the broadcast. Brian, take us through the details of the serious charges now that Harjeet Singh is facing from the ED and his entity. And it seems business continues as usual at his office where you visited.
Well, Uday, yes, we first visited the regional office of SSPL that is located in Ghaziabad, and there we found nothing. The regional office was closed in the year 2018. We dug out some information and then we found out that no, that is not the location that was initially registered, that was in Ghaziabad. From there we again traveled to Noida, that is sector 65, where they have a registered office. Now when we go there, we find out that it is working normally. And outside the gate also they are wanting, people, they are hiring people itself. So then what we do is we plan to go ahead, we plan to go inside the office, and then we find out that there are some people who are working in the shop. It's like a grocery store. We get organic vegetables, and that is what ED stated, that is, they are working it as a front. Now we attempt to talk to the people that we just showed you. There was more of a sting operation kind of that we did. We tried to speak to them, but clearly again they refused to speak to us, and they said no. We just give us an email ID. We will be talking to you. We will be mailing you a press note that we will be putting out for the media, for the people, so you can refer to that. But clearly we didn't stop there. We wanted to have. We had many questions. We wanted answers to that questions. So what we thought, we started digging out more. And then after digging out, we got the number of Jyoti Awasthi. I dialed Jyoti Awasthi. I had a conversation with her and I stated and I asked a lot of questions that ED put out a proper statement that was also posted on their platform X that happened yesterday. And I started asking Jyoti Awasthi a lot of questions that we will be playing out in a while now. Jyoti Awasthi could not answer a lot of questions. Then the main man behind this entire fiasco that has been going on, his visit to Bangladesh, his visit to Pakistan that happened in February, and then another visit to Bangladesh in the month of March itself in the year 2025 when there was anti-India protest also going on. So clearly I had a word with Harjeet Singh. Now Harjeet Singh and Jyoti Awasthi are the two directors behind SSPL. I had a word with Harjeet Singh and I asked him questions about what this ED raid is about. I asked him about the questions that why is ED doing these against him, what he stated, and also about the travels that he has been doing where he went uninvited to Bangladesh, but he stated the fact that he was invited rather. Not only that, I also asked him questions that he was arrested. He was arrested because there was a raid at his residence, at his Ghaziabad residence. So he's from Ghaziabad, he hails from Ghaziabad. There was a raid at his residence, and then the excise policy, the excise department, the ED found out excessive liquor and both international and Indian and foreign liquors at his residence, and then he was arrested.
Right.
And when I asked him about the fact that you were arrested, by the excise department, so
Conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, more than 45 litres of unlicensed liquor were recovered from the premises of Harjeet Singh and Jyoti Awasthi. A state excise team has arrived at the residence and further legal action is currently underway. So raids being conducted, Brian Thomas, at Harjeet Singh and Jyoti Awasthi's premises by the Enforcement Directorate. We are learning more than 45 litres of unlicensed liquor has been recovered from there.
I actually spoke to them about the arrest that he was rather arrested by the excise department, and then clearly because there were many such liquors, international and national Indian liquors were found at his, foreign liquors were found at his residence, and he was arrested. He stated the fact that it's on call. I mean, we've recorded the entire conversation that we will play out for our viewers who are watching us on television right now. So clearly the entire conversation, he stated that yes, he was arrested and he got a bail the next day, and he further did not want to comment on it. I kept on asking him the question why he was arrested. He had these liquors and that is the reason why he was arrested, and he was saying he did agree that yes, he was arrested, but apart from that he did not speak a lot of details. Apart from that, he even stated that his phone and his laptop.
But Brian, let's just talk a bit about the raids now and the charges that they are facing. So over 45 litres of unlicensed liquor found at the residence of Singh and Awasthi. That means obviously that they are liable to be booked now under the Excise Act as well. Because of this, any other recoveries that your ED sources are telling you have been made at their premises? And what are the other stringent charges that they are facing by the ED?
Well, clearly. Uday, clearly, ED has made it very, very clear, and they've listed out a proper statement also. All the funds that have been there, the funds that was used as a foreign funds that they were getting, they were all illegal. There was a remittance of 6 crore also that happened from 2021 to 2025. That is being checked itself. Now, there was a proper 15-hour raid, and that is in the conversation I had with Harjeet Singh itself. Again, like you mentioned itself, there were liquors also that was found at his very residence, and he was arrested because of that. It was additional liquors. Apart from that, what we have the statement also, clearly he has stated that his Climate Action Network, this agency, he travelled to Bangladesh, like I mentioned, he travelled to Pakistan, and again, the timing is very important, Uday. We need to note that when he travelled to Bangladesh uninvited, but he says that he was invited when he travelled to Bangladesh. That happened in the year, in the month of March, that where the anti-India protests were also going on in Bangladesh, and he met a lot of unidentified people also in Bangladesh, and same happened with Pakistan itself. Not only that, when we open the statement itself, we get an understanding that the ED claims there were foreign funds itself shown as consultancy fees originated from overseas entities such as the CAN, which is the Climate Action Network, and Standard. And we asked these questions. He was also, when he was answering, he was fumbling. He couldn't answer a lot of questions when Newsx started confronting them, started asking them questions. And that video we will also be playing out in a while now there. Yes.
Absolutely. Let me also, in fact, join now Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat. What do you make of this sensational trail emerging, Ambassador Gupta? How this foreign entity was trying to put money into an Indian firm on the garb of consultancy fee, but actually for lobbying for a treaty.
Good afternoon. You see, this is a very important issue. There are 4 or 5, issues come out of this. One is you open an NGO and start getting foreign funding and misuse those funds against our own country. Now, this is not the first case, but there are many cases that the so-called climate activists have been using funds from foreign countries, and they are in the past have been stopping a lot of projects in India, and now they are propagating certain new ideas. Now this idea of fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is again a very malignly designed idea, because there are already negotiations under Paris Treaty that the countries will gradually reduce the fossil fuel emissions, and we are committed to bring them to zero by 2070. So this kind of new ideas which are being floated by certain Western powers and certain Western NGOs are again a thing to trap India into an energy crisis. We are already having problem because of the supplementary tariff imposed by President Trump on our Russian imports. And now this kind of ideas that you should stop using fossil fuel completely, that is to paralyze our economy and our economic development. The Western countries have already polluted the environment, done whatever emission was needed to be done using fossil fuel for almost 50, 60 years after the Second World War. And now they are, using these new designs against developing countries like India, so that India's growth is, stunted, and they are not able to, grow at a desired pace, so that the poverty does not, poverty stays in the country, and the country is not able to develop, economic strength. Now, these are people who do not understand perhaps the implications. They fall prey to small payments from these NGOs, and they start raising these issues. Now his travel to Bangladesh and Pakistan are also somewhat suspicious, because these are the two countries which are absolutely, as of now, enemy countries for India, and they do not wish India a good future. So traveling to those countries, meeting people there, shows that he has certain designs in his mind which are basically anti-Indian.
Yes.
So I would surmise that this kind of activities must be curbed. ED should take action, but at the same time, the Home Ministry should also take action against the inflow of foreign funding by such NGOs.
Okay. Let me, in fact, also now quickly bring in RVS Mani, former Under Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs. RVS Mani, now the ED, of course, will uncover this money trail as well. The task cut out, but already it seems that the preliminary work has been done by the agency.
Indeed, actually, my previous speaker, Learned Ambassador, has covered the almost absolute canvas of the entire problem. But having said that, see, basically, if you recollect, some NGOs did not apply for extension of FCRA registration in in 2024, because the measures are continuously being made stringent, the compliances are getting stringent. Having said that, some still are continuing to go there, and that is one of the reasons that, say, FCRA indeed is a very big challenge to Indian security. We all know that. whether they do through the demographic changes or setting up religious institutions or conversion areas, or even narrative settings like the earlier we had the green peace type of movement. This is also something similar to that. Having said that, there is a sustained basis, sustained attempt to force India's hand, disrupt, I would call it, it is not only breaking India, it's a disrupt development plan of the Western interests which is being carried out in India. As Ambassador Gauri Shankarji pointed out, that to disrupt our development, the pace of development has started galloping since last 10 years. And that needs to be disrupted, otherwise we are challenging the West, we are seeing them in their eyes. This is one of the basic larger agenda. So to create these type of disturbances and going to Pakistan, you do not go to Pakistan and ask them to stop for non-fossil fuel, because they don't have the technologies and all, everything. What are they trying to propagate? So it is a total mismatch. Similarly, going to Bangladesh, do they have it? Even Tista Water Accord has not been signed. There are some issues there. Having said that, are we also getting into something much bigger than what has been brought out? That it's a mere NGO getting into anti-India activities, or we are into...
Yes, and also, what is very suspicious, RVS Mani, are these visits to Bangladesh at the garb of a lecture, but then meeting with unconnected individuals there. Then a Breathe Pakistan summit visit as well.
That is what I was coming to, that whether visiting Pakistan, who are you lobbying with? What was his purpose? See, going to Pakistan, you have to give a declaration. There are several procedures for that. How did he get into Pakistan? And what was the purpose? Whom did he meet? And what is it? Because we have had very recent cases in this Newsx channel. We have discussed about the Pearson Airport gold heist. That was also something where some connected persons in India were running a startup which they closed after the Pearson Airport issue happened. This is, as per my information, the same lineage. Similarly, going to Pakistan, so everywhere there is a challenge, everywhere there is a disrupt India, disrupt development challenge, everywhere there is a breaking India force, and everywhere the energy security, we are coming to energy security by virtue of the new ethanol policy, that the dependency on the petrol will be reduced to a great extent. And make no mistakes, and there also a narrative is being said, but I have a technologist in my family who says that there is no tweaking required. It is all perfectly okay to add 20% ethanol with mixed together. So to that extent, I am very sure about it. Still, the narrative is running, and these type of fossil fuel ban policy and avoidance policy and all, it is a plain narrative. What are they aiming at?
You know, and Ambassador Gupta, this is a pattern also emerging, where you have, you know, in the garb of climate, all of this being done. Now, this move to actually proliferate this treaty, to promote this and to ratify it, could have really compromised our national energy security.
Yes, Udayji, you see, this has been an issue that Western countries have used fossil fuel for their own development for 60 years. And now they are denying that fuel to the developing countries in the name of, climate issues. Now, this has been raised in many, times, particularly on COPs at, different summits, starting from Earth Summit in Rio in 1992, that, you have contaminated the environment, the water bodies and the earth, and now you are blaming us for that. Even today, the India's emission is one of the lowest on per capita basis in the entire world. Though the US is developed country, but US is the top emitter in the world even today. And they are trying to deny us the legitimate energy requirements of our country. Basic idea is that India should not economically grow, so that its strength is not there, and therefore they would be able to issue instructions from Washington and from European capitals, and India should obey those instructions. And that will not be possible once our strength grows and we become an economically formidable country. And that is the whole purpose. Whole purpose is to deny us economic strength, and that is achieved through all kinds of curbs on energy supply, because energy is the most important requirement today for any country to develop economically. So these are all plots, by these countries, but some of our nationals also, without knowing the implications, get trapped into this for small money. These kind of monies are small monies. They send them to their accounts or for some purpose and instruct them from, to do certain things. They do not understand full implications. So we should also talk to these people and tell them that this is not what you are. At the same time, we should tighten the inflow of foreign funds for all NGOs. Whoever the NGO may pertain to, those funds must be tightened and monitored very, very properly.
All right, let's take a look now at which foreign NGOs and entities are involved in facilitating these foreign funds to run narratives to influence government policies in the energy sector. The first and the biggest is Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, RPA. Now, RPA is a global non-profit organization which currently advises on and manages more than $200 million in annual charitable giving. Its headquarters are in New York City, with offices in Chicago, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. The Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors is engaged in various philanthropic projects. Amongst them are just Transition Fund, Science-Based Targets Network, Global Commons Alliance, and International Fund for Public Interest Media. Originating from the philanthropic legacy of the Rockefeller family, RPA was formally established in 2002. It operates as an independent entity, not just as a family foundation. Currently, Nicole Campbell serves as the CEO. RPA has received criticism for being untransparent. For example, organizations underrate not disclosing their funding by Bill Gates. The right-wing watchdog National Legal and Policy Center criticized Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors for taking money from the Gates Foundation and supporting various causes such as green, pro-abortion, anti-police and anti-MAGA propaganda earlier too. So these of course are in fact things that they have been guilty of earlier too, and of course this is something that it seems is a pattern when it comes to this particular foundation. Now also, if we tell you of course some more details emerging in this big angle that we are uncovering, the next player in this network is Climate Action Network. Now that is also known as CAN. CAN is a global network of over 1,900 NGOs created to work in climate crisis and advocating for social justice through collective action. It is believed to be the world's largest environmental network, comprising civil society organizations across over 130 countries. It was founded in 1989. CAN's main work is vested in advocacy, where it works to hold governments accountable to their climate commitments, particularly those outlined in the Paris Agreement, aiming to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The next is Stand Earth. Stand Earth was formerly Forest Ethics. This is a grassroots environmental organization founded in 2000. The organization protects endangered forests by transforming corporate policy and governmental laws in the United States and Canada. Stand Earth uses public education, advocacy, protest, negotiation, and non-violent direct action tactics to achieve its goals. And Stand Earth has offices in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, as well as Bellingham, Washington, and San Francisco, California, in the United States. Todd Paglia is the current executive director of the nonprofit. Stand Earth challenges the fossil fuel industry, protects healthy forests, and reduces global climate emissions. As Forest Ethics, Stand Earth is most widely known for its Victoria Dirty Secret and Do Not Mail Junk Mail reduction campaigns of the 2000s. Brian Thomas is joining us on this broadcast. Brian, now what were the entities, what were the organizations which were funneling money to this foundation in India? And what was their objective?
Clearly, if we talk about the very foundation itself, from early on itself, there were many miscreancy that was happening from the agency. And yesterday itself, the ED started ramping up their efforts and they've listed out a statement. And the raid has been going on for at least 4 to 5 days now. They went to the residence itself.
Brian, we are talking about the companies, the foundations, the NGOs which were routing the money to this foundation. Which were those entities abroad? Give us more details about those entities abroad and what their hidden goal was.
Well, clearly, if you talk about the ED itself, the ED found out, and we have the statement itself, they had foreign funds that was originated from overseas entities, such as one being Climate Action Network, that is the CAN, and second being Stand Earth itself, which is in turn received large sum of these funds that were meant to promote the fossil fuel non-profiteering treaty, that is the FFNPT. We also had a word with Harjeet Singh regarding this, and he said that the funds were completely through a source channel, but when ED found out, they found out the fact that SSPL is just a front. This is used as a front, and they in their highlights of these NGOs such as CAN or Stand Earth, which is the Climate Action Network, or the Stand Earth, these are these funds that are used explicitly to misuse the funds itself that they were using from a long while, and that was happening from 2021 itself. So clearly in that, and even a remittance of 6 crore fraud was also found out. That was a transaction again from 2021 to 2025 as per their findings itself, and they listed out a number of findings from their statement itself. Again, they also, rather, what ED said, that they projected themselves as an agro-based, entrepreneur promoting organic farming, and ED alleged that there was merely a front, and they were using these NGOs, these byproducts just as a front to start a funding chain that was illegally coming from different unverified agencies. Yes, Uday.
Madhav Nalapat, editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, is joining us on the broadcast. Madhav Nalapat, it's not something new. NGOs being used to put in money for something different on the surface, but actually something different being carried out beneath the surface. Another example coming to light, being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. What do you make of this sensational investigation? And are these entities, including Rockefeller Foundation, that were funneling in money?
Well, all the information I have comes from the Newsx channel. So all I can say is that I congratulate the Enforcement Directorate for having made sure that not much harm comes to India, because the perpetrators were attempting to sabotage India's energy independence are being identified, and now they are going to proceed again. This only underscores the importance of having a good bureaucracy so that it is not influenced by this kind of foreign funding, especially, and a bureaucracy that is free of corrupt elements. Unfortunately, corrupt elements are what facilitates the foreign funders to get their way. So I congratulate the Enforcement Directorate on this, and I congratulate the Newsx channel for having done this, and it only underscores the importance of having an honest and straightforward policy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has, from the beginning of this term in 2014, put emphasis on green power. He has been made India at the forefront of this green energy transition, and we have been doing a lot. At the same time, we depend on fossil fuels, and this is the whole situation. So I think it's a very important thing that the ED has busted this gang, and I do hope that more such gangs are busted so that our energy independence is not compromised, and especially that we are energy independent. So I think that is the Prime Minister's wish, that India should be fully energy independent, and at the same time make every effort within its constraints of population and the budget to ensure that the energy transition is as green as possible. So I would say that Newsx has done an outstanding job in getting this particular exclusive story, and the ED has done a great job in uncovering this kind of a very sinister kind of operation, judging by what the ED is putting out.
Yes.
So I would like to only say that situation again calls for renewed vigilance so that we uncover corruption and we have a corruption-free bureaucracy, and we ensure that a correct energy policy is pursued, free of foreign influence, because foreign influence will try to reduce our energy independence. But we need to be fully independent of energy.
All right. More developments now, in fact, that we're tracking this hour. According to the ED, at the center of the Satat Sampata Private Limited's aims appear to be the channeling of foreign funds to run narratives furthering the FFNPT cause in India on behalf of foreign groups. So what exactly is the FFNPT? Well, it stands for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a global civil society and diplomatic initiative aimed at guiding the usage and phasing out of fossil fuels. The treaty proposes a legally binding international agreement to end the expansion of coal, oil and gas by the agreeing nations. The treaty proposes that this be done by managing a fair phase out of existing production of such fossil fuels. This serves the treaty's main purpose, that is of accelerating a just transition to renewable energy. The treaty thus aims to align with the goals of the Paris Agreement in a two-pronged manner, halting new fossil fuel infrastructure and simultaneously providing support for any affected communities and workers. The main aim of the treaty is to replicate the success of similar non-proliferation treaties pertaining to nuclear and chemical sectors by managing threats and drawing support from cities, organizations as well as nations. The treaty states that it aims to create transparency on reserves to create greater accountability. However, the treaty's legally binding nature has drawn concerns from reliant economies and falling short in addressing developing nations' needs. So what is India's stance regarding the FFNPT? Well, India has not endorsed the treaty for the reasons cited above. India has raised a number of concerns, including energy security. India views fossil fuels, especially coal, as vital for its economy and the majority of its baseload power, making the immediate phase-out requirement challenging. India has also cited concerns of climate justice, placing the onus on developed nations who have historically been responsible for emissions. India states that developed nations must be the ones to fulfill climate finance pledges and technology transfer. India also cites its developmental needs, stressing using carbon space for poverty eradication and development. India thus calls for a phase down rather than the phase out required by the treaty. Finally, India emphasizes a just transition and shared responsibility, agreeing with the treaty's aims but differing strongly on its pace and immediate burdens. Well, why is this treaty being propagated and promoted by these entities abroad, and why has India not, of course, signed it despite this pressure, RVS Mani?
But basically, one thing is the administrative divisions, the concerned division were administering the different sectors affected by these treaties, like the energy, the environment division. They have their own position, and energy, we are actually on a threshold of coming to very closer energy. We are going on a composite measures, and this treaty signing means that gets restrained. That is on the policy front. Plus the government, our diplomatic channels also, our foreign service, the diplomatic corps is also advising us on the possible imperatives, how the foreign countries can really penetrate into India and disrupt the development, distort or disrupt the development agenda which is being run through. So there are multiple facets on which I think on the diplomatic part, Mr. Gauri Shankar Gupta ji would be able to tell better. But this is how it all pans.
Okay, let me allow Ambassador Gupta to come in there.
Holistic view has to be taken.
Yes.
It is not that some person doesn't want it like that and all. See, it has a very large network effect on the different sectors of the economy, different sectors of other areas, including the hydel power, the thermal power, the renewables and all that. The investments have to be recalibrated. So it has a very, very cascading effect on several sectors of the economy.
Who then wanted to sabotage India's energy security? Who do you believe perhaps was behind this, Ambassador Gupta?
You see, it is basically the Western countries who have attained their own development using the fossil fuel. And they don't want the southern countries like India to become independent, to have economic strength. So they want to impose all kinds of conditions. You know, this has been going on in negotiations under, COP, what we call UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Conference on Climate Change. under that COP meets every year, and these issues are thrashed out. There has been a lot of pressure on the developing countries, to stop using fossil fuel, because the Western countries knows that without that they cannot grow economically, and they don't want them to grow. Then they are neither giving technology nor transferring money to to transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. But India is making tremendous effort in this direction. As you know, our current energy mix is approximately 45% renewable energy and 55% fossil fuel, which is a great achievement in the last, say, 15 years. This has none of the countries have been able to achieve this in the Western world. Even the European countries are so much dependent on fossil fuel even today. So they are asking countries like us to stop using fossil fuel while they have contaminated the atmosphere to the maximum extent for 60 years from after the Second World War. If you go into the what you call the report of the UN, this called PC, Intergovernmental Committee on Climate Change, you will find out how much damage they caused to the environment. The sixth report was out last year, and it clearly mentions that the developed countries are still causing tremendous damage to the environment and not the developing countries. So I think this is the issue, and they need to transfer technology, they need to provide funding, and they need to undo the damage they have caused to the environment.
My thanks to our guests for joining us. My thanks to our guests for joining us and our reporters as well earlier. My colleague Brian Thomas now has spoken with Harjeet Singh and his wife Jyoti Avasthi after the ED raids took place. Let's take a look at what they told us.
डायरेक्टर है ना ये सतत संपदा प्राइवेट लिमिटेड सतत संपदा। हाँ जी सर, तो ये अभी हमारे पास ईडी की स्टेटमेंट आई है कि शायद कल ईडी का रेड हुआ था यहाँ, तो एग्जैक्टली थोड़ा बता पाएंगे कि क्या हुआ था एग्जैक्टली? आप और शायद हरजीत सिंह जी थे, है ना? हाँ, आई थिंक यू बोथ आर द डायरेक्टर्स ऑफ सतत संपदा प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। सतत संपदा। हाँ जी, सतत संपदा। तो just can you tell me what exactly happened? What is it? Because there is a proper statement that has come from ED.
Yes.
हाँ जी।
Then I think that's part of their process. So regarding अगर हरजीत जी से बात कर लें, वैसे हम लोग एक ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट जारी करने वाले हैं। इनफैक्ट उसी पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। चूंकि आप वहाँ आए हुए हैं और आप हमारे स्टोर की भी कवरेज शायद लेना चाहते हैं, तो ये मेरे स्टाफ ने मुझे भी बताया है। तो उसमें हमें कोई इशू नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारा ये ऑर्गेनिक फूड का काम है, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का काम है। ठीक है, जैसे कि आपने स्टेटमेंट में भी पढ़ा होगा। लेकिन 2016 से हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, और जो हम किसानों के साथ काम करते हैं और जो प्रोड्यूस आता है वो आपको यहाँ पर दिख रहा है।
बट ऐसा ईडी में आया है ना, देयर वाज अ रेमिटेंस ऑफ ओवर 6 करोड़ that was received from 2021.
उसके बारे में हम उसके बारे में हम आपको में जानकारी देंगे। ठीक है, आप इन द मीन टाइम वीडियो लेना चाहते हैं, आप वहाँ का वीडियो ले सकते हैं, और अगर आप हरजीत जी से बात करना चाहते हैं तो आप बात भी कर सकते हैं।
So where will I get हरजीत जी?
ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट हम अभी मैं बात करा रही हूँ। ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट हम थोड़ी देर में जारी कर रहे हैं, इसलिए आप अपना अगर मेल आईडी दे देंगे तो हम
मैंने भेज दी आपको मेल आईडी। एक बार आप हरजीत जी से भी बात करा दीजिए ना प्लीज।
जी बात करें। हाँ जी बात। आप अपना नाम बता दें प्लीज।
My name is Brian. I'm a reporter from Newsx.
Brian from Newsx.
हाँ जी।
ओके, ठीक है, लीजिए बात कीजिए।
हरजीत जी गुड मॉर्निंग, मैं न्यूज़एक्स से बात कर रहा हूँ, रिपोर्टर। आई एम एट योर लोकेशन। So now yesterday I think ED has given they've released a statement also that there was a raid. Exactly what happened, if you can just tell us, because they were speaking about some remittance of over 6 crore between 2021 to 2025, and also your visit to Pakistan itself. So that happened in February 2025, which was called Breathe Pakistan Summit. हाँ, तो क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ था? व्हाट इज द रेड अबाउट?
तो मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। आप
थोड़ा सा मेरा बैकग्राउंड जानना जरूरी है, वो बातों पे आने से पहले आपके पास टाइम होगा तो मैं थोड़ा डिटेल में बताता हूँ।
बोलिए प्लीज हमारे पास
ये कि मैं डिजास्टर और क्लाइमेट चेंज इश्यूज पे काम कर रहा हूँ 2005 से, बल्कि 2003 से। मैं जब तब एक्सीडेंट में था और लखनऊ ऑफिस से मैं बेस था मैं, और वहीं से जितने भी जैसे डिजास्टर्स होते हैं उसमें कैसे इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस होना चाहिए उस पे मेरा काम रहा है। और मैंने तरह तरह के डिजास्टर्स पे इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस का काम किया है, लोगों की मदद करी है एज ए ह्यूमैनिटेरियन वर्कर। उसके बाद जब हमें लगा कि किस तरह से तबाहियां जो हैं वो क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से बढ़ रही हैं, जो कि हकीकत है, 90% से ज्यादा डिजास्टर्स जो हैं वो क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से होते हैं। तो आप सुन पा रहे हैं मेरी आवाज?
हाँ जी।
हाँ, तो तब से फिर मेरा क्लाइमेट पे काम बढ़ा है 2007 से, और मेरा काम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे रहा है। और मेरा काम जो मेन है वो है विकासशील देशों को की इश्यूज को पूरी दुनिया में बताना और विकसित देशों पे, डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज पे दबाव बनाना कि ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज है ये उनकी वजह से हुआ है।
But can you explain your visit to Pakistan and Bangladesh simultaneously?
Absolutely. I'm coming to that in 30 seconds. So the whole idea is that how we pressurize developed countries to provide climate finance and how that finance should support developing countries. Now, when you look at some of these events, and especially when we talk about climate justice means exactly what I just explained. That developing countries are the victims of these climate impacts, and developed countries are responsible to provide finance and reduce their emissions. Now,
So,
coming to the Pakistan visit, I am invited by, if you look at my profile, I am invited by organizations around the world. So this is not only about Pakistan or Bangladesh. I have been visiting Germany, US, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Thailand, various parts of the world.
So basically, I'm so sorry to cut you in between, but it has stated in the statement that you visited during the period of anti-India protest in Bangladesh that happened in December 2025.
Yeah, that is true, but at the same time, you should also look at what the event was all about. And the event was related to climate justice, which is an annual event. This is the third Climate Justice Assembly that they have conducted, and they have been doing it for several years. So I think that's an important point to note. It is not just out of the blue it came. It has been happening over the last few years. So this was the third Climate Justice Assembly where I was invited, and in fact it is a bit of miscommunication that I was not invited. My organization has been involved in the organization, so I did not require any formal invitation. In fact, my head of the organization was invited formally, and I was copied.
And what about ED that they have been claiming about foreign funds, consultancy fees that is originated from Climate Action Network and Stand Earth?
Sure. And there's nothing to hide because this money has been coming to our banks, and this has been happening since 2007, in fact.
And is it true that yes, please?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so is it also...
Since 2007, I have been engaged with various international organizations, starting with ActionAid. I was part of ActionAid International. Money was coming from UK until 2021. In 2021, I left the full-time job, and then I became a consultant, and I was advising many organizations. So my personal account, so there are two kinds of assignments we take. One, individually, I take it as a consultant, and second, where they need organizational support, where we have to hire staff, or where Jyoti or any other team member has to get involved, those consultancies have been coming to our organization. So the ED refers to those transactions, those remittances, which have come to us for a technical consultancy or a management consultancy.
But it has also stated, I'm so sorry to cut you again, it has stated that you project yourself as an agro-based company, promote organic farming, but ED said that it is merely a front. And again, the main role is to channel foreign funds to influence narratives in India.
Sir, I'm glad you are asking this question, and I'm really happy that you are on ground and actually at our office. And if you observe you will realize that this is not just a phase where we have put something. We started farming in 2016, and I would like you to read exactly around this time where they actually projected how hard we have been working on organic farming, how we work with farmers. It was a proper prime time story.
But then ED is doing the research. They have, I think, they have also researched your residence. That is, I think, in Ghaziabad, and they also.
That's where I am right now.
Yeah, so they also seized a large quantity of Indian and foreign liquor beyond permissible limits. And then it was also referred to the Uttar Pradesh Excise Department, following which, were you also arrested violating excise laws?
I was, and I cannot comment on that because the case is sub judice. And I must tell you that I was granted bail the very next day based on the merit of the case.
Now, what do you have to tell about? I mean, I'll just raise the case with here. I just want your last comment on the fact that what do you have to speak about ED's search that happened and ED's findings that they found that this is merely a front, and then you were using these funds. You were also traveling to Pakistan and Bangladesh during these very years. So, what do you have to say about your point of view, or what exactly is going through?
My point of view is that I have been visiting various countries over the last 20 years to promote issue of climate justice, which is in favor of developing countries, and I always represented the issues of developing countries and communities, and all my media statements over the last 20 years clearly reflect. In fact, there are times when you would find my very strong statements favoring India and against the Western countries. It's all in the media. It's not that something that I'm saying right now. It can be tracked back to 10, 15 years and more. I have always defended the interest of developing countries, particularly India.
But Harjiji, what about the findings of ED? What do you have to say about what ED has found so far and what ED has been claiming? And literally, they've even released a statement on their platform X as well. If you can also, if you have, I guess you've seen it, obviously. So, what do you have to speak about that as well?
I'm going to, because I only came last night, and since morning we have been working on the statement, which we'll issue in due course. I will look at that statement, but I can tell you, based on the media reports that I have read, I would say that statement is untrue. We were given a management consultancy, and we were actually doing the management part for this fossil fuel treaty initiative, and this is not our organic work is not the front of it. It is what we started with. And I must also tell you, if you read our articles of association that we crafted in 2016 while registering this organization, we already mentioned that we will be providing technical services.
So are you saying that ED's investigation is untrue and it is not credible? Is that what you're saying?
I would say it doesn't. Yeah, I would say it doesn't reflect the reality of our work, and it has been misrepresented.
And how are you going to counter that if suppose you feel that it is untrue? How?
Yeah. So I must tell you, when they came with the paper, they came with the expectation that they are going to find a large sum of money and gold. They found nothing.
But they found, I think they found liquor, Indian and foreign liquor from residents.
So as I said, I will comment on that. I can't comment on that because the case is going on, and so on that particular aspect. But on other aspect, I can say, because that there is no case right now, so that it is absolutely misrepresenting the reality that we have. We have a full-blown work. I would also suggest you to look at all our social media channels, where you would find that how we have been representing the issues of farmers and our work, and have been promoting and actually delivering stuff. It's a full-fledged operation. And once you make the video, and since you are there, you can see that it is not something that we have just put as a face. It's a proper work that we are doing. We have been farming, we've been working with communities. So this is something core that we believe in, but that's only one part of our work. The other part is providing technical and management services. That is what they are putting their focus on, and that's why they're saying that. In fact, I must also tell you, our revenues from both consultancy and selling vegetable are quite proportional, are quite similar. So it's not that one is overtaking.
And what about the foreign funds? What about the foreign funds that you take as consultancy.
So foreign funds are coming for specific business and management consultancy. And it's important, Brian, to note that we are encouraging FDI in our country, right? We want more money to come for buying goods and services. By doing this kind of a work, we are only getting dollars, and they did not find a single transaction which they could say that it is illegitimate or.
And how are you planning to counter against what ED has found out? What claims ED is making at this point of time?
We have provided all the evidence. They sat with us for about 15 hours. Separately at my residence and at our office, and the report that they have given, they have only taken my mobile and laptop, and that's exactly the reason I'm not able to respond to media queries. So that's what I'm going to do today. Still, I don't have access to my mobile. So we have given them all the information, and whatever information then they ask for now later, we will provide it. We are very confident that our accounts are clean, our intention is clear, and we have always worked for our country and for the interest of developing countries around the world.
Thank you so much, Harjit for thank you so much, Harjit, for speaking to us. We'll also try to have a look inside if you're okay with it.
Sorry?
I said we'll also try to have a look inside your office if you're okay with it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can look into the papers.
Not the papers, but inside the office itself. Yeah.
How people are packing, how the orders are received. Absolutely no problem at all.
Thank you so much, Harjit ji. Thank you. So, well, we just had a word with Harjit ji and Jyoti ji, who are both the directors of this very organization that.
And on that note, we're slipping into a very short break. Back on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना एमडीएच राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए एमडीएच राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
एमडीएच कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर एमडीएच कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें आईटीवी और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। आईटीवी नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। आईटीवी नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से आईटीवी नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। आईटीवी नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Breaking updates coming in top of the hour. Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal has inaugurated the second phase of the War Against Drugs campaign with Punjab CM's Bhagwant Mann. Let's go live across.
मंच पे बैठे पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री हरमन प्यारे मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान साहब, मनीष सिसोदिया जी, हमारे कैबिनेट मंत्रीगण, चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब, यहाँ पे आए हुए सभी ऑफिसर्स और पंजाब के कोने कोने से आए हुए मेरे सभी भाइयों बहनों, माताओं, बुजुर्गों, आप सब लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल, वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह। आज बेहद खुशी का दिन है कि युद्ध नशे विरुद्ध की फेज 1 की शानदार सफलता के बाद आज फेज 2 की शुरुआत हो रही है। पिछले साल आज से लगभग 10 महीने पहले 1 मार्च 2025 को फेज 1 की शुरुआत हुई थी। जिस साफ नियत, मेहनत और शानदारी तरीके से फेज 1 को किया गया, लागू किया गया, इस तरह से नशे के खिलाफ युद्ध पंजाब तो क्या पूरे देश में किसी भी राज्य में नशे के विरुद्ध युद्ध कभी नहीं किया गया। ऐसा नहीं कि पूरे देश में केवल पंजाब में नशा बिकता है, बहुत सारे राज्य हैं, हरियाणा है, गुजरात है, कई सारे राज्य हैं जहाँ पे दिल्ली है, जहाँ खूब नशा बिक रहा है, लेकिन वहां की सरकारों को परवाह नहीं। पंजाब के अंदर भी हमारे से पहले जब अकाली दल की सरकार थी, सबसे ज्यादा पंजाब की गली गली और घर घर के अंदर नशा उनके राज के दौरान, उनके शासन के दौरान घर घर पहुंचाया गया। इतना ज्यादा पूरा पंजाब नशे में, उसी दौरान उड़ता पंजाब पिक्चर बनी थी, पूरे पंजाब का बच्चा बच्चा घर घर के अंदर नशा पहुंचने लगा था। उनके कई बड़े बड़े आगू नशा बेचने में शामिल थे। उसके बाद कैप्टन साहब ने सौं चुकी गुटखा साहब की और बोले मैं 30 दिन में, पता नहीं 60 दिन में मैं नशा खत्म कर दूंगा। 5 साल उनकी सरकार चली, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, झूठी सौं खाई उन्होंने। उसके बाद हमारी सरकार आई, हमें थोड़ा समय लगा क्योंकि इसकी सारी तैयारी करनी थी, लेकिन पिछले साल 1 मार्च के बाद जितनी शिद्दत के साथ, जितने हौसले के साथ हम लोगों ने नशे के खिलाफ कार्रवाई शुरू की। बहुत लोगों ने हमें कहा ये बड़े खतरनाक लोग हैं नशा बेचने वाले, ये बड़े बड़े गैंगस्टर हैं, नशा बेचने वाले तस्कर बहुत बड़े बदमाश हैं, गुंडे हैं, आपको, आपके परिवार को ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे। हमने कहा नहीं, हम जनता से वादा करके आए हैं, पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करेंगे, हमारे बच्चों को अच्छी भविष्य देंगे। और पिछले 1 साल के अंदर, 10 महीने के अंदर 28,000 केस दायर किए गए नशा तस्करों के खिलाफ। इतने बड़े स्तर के ऊपर पूरे देश में आजादी के बाद से 75 साल में किसी राज्य के अंदर इतने केस नहीं दायर किए गए। 28,000 केस, और ये फर्जी केस नहीं है। जब अदालत में ये केस गए, जब अदालत में एफआईआर गई, तो इनमें से 88% केस में आदमी को जेल हो गई, केस सफल हुए। नहीं तो फर्जी केस होते हैं ना, फर्जी केस कर देते हैं दिखाने के लिए, ऊपर से सरकार कहती है केस करो, वो फर्जी केस कर देते, सारे छूट नहीं रहे। जिनको पुलिस पकड़ रही है वो जेल जा रहे हैं, उनको मुकदमे में उनको सजा हो रही है। 100 केस अगर पकड़े तो उसमें से 88 केस में जेल हुई कोर्ट के अंदर। 28,000 केसेस में से जितने केस अभी तक कोर्ट में गए हैं, उसमें से 88% केसेस में जेल हुई है। लगभग 42,000 स्मगलर्स को पकड़ा गया। इतने बड़े स्तर के ऊपर कोई नहीं पकड़ा, कभी नहीं, किसी राज्य के अंदर इतने बड़े स्तर के ऊपर नहीं पकड़ा गया। 42,000 स्मगलर्स को पकड़ा गया, जिसमें से 350 ऐसे हैं जो कि बहुत बड़े बड़े स्मगलर हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि केवल छोटों को पकड़ा, छोटों को भी पकड़ा गया, बड़ों को भी पकड़ा। 350 स्मगलर ऐसे हैं जो बहुत बड़े हैं। आप लोगों ने आपके पिंड में भी हुआ होगा, आपके हल्के में भी हुआ होगा, आपके इलाके में भी हुआ होगा, जो इनकी प्रॉपर्टी थी, जो इन्होंने बड़े बड़े महल बना रखे थे, बंगले बना रखे थे, बिल्डिंगें बना रखी थी, दफ्तर बना रखे थे, इन स्मगलरों ने पहली बार सरकार ने बुलडोजर से उनकी बिल्डिंगों को गिराया है। लोगों को लगने लगा कि हाँ, पहली बार एक सरकार आई है जो नशे के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रही है। टीवी में चला, लाइव चला, कितने, अभी भी चल रहा है, अभी भी ये काम चल रहा है कि इनके खिलाफ जबरदस्त कार्रवाई। बड़े बड़े और जो सबसे बड़ा, जिसके नाम पे पूरे पंजाब में पता है कि सबसे बड़ा कौन था तस्कर नशे का, कौन था, उसका नाम लेने से लोग कांपते थे, प्रशासन कांपता था उसका नाम लेने से। उसको पकड़ के जेल में डाल दिया इस सरकार ने, आपकी सरकार। किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उसका नाम लेने की, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी। जेल जाना तो बहुत दूर की बात, डरते थे, पुलिस डरती थी, प्रशासन डरता था, बड़े बड़े नेता डरते थे। ये तो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है जिसकी हिम्मत थी, जिसने हिम्मत करके उसको जेल में डाल दिया।
In the latest updates, meanwhile, coming in the Delhi riots case, the Delhi police has filed verification report of sureties filed by Miran Haider, Shifa ur Rahman. The verification report of Mohammad Salim Khan and Gulfisha Fatima awaited. Sambhav Sharma joins us for more on this story. Sambhav, give us more details about these verification reports.
Well, absolutely. Here, yesterday, additional sessions judge in the Karkatuma court, Sameer Bajpai, has directed verification of the bail documents submitted by Gulfisha Fatima, Miran Haider, Shaifur Rahman, Mohammad Salim Khan, instead of ordering their immediate release. And now, in a latest development in this case, the Delhi police has filed verification reports of these accused in the Delhi riot case. And remember, and now a release order is being issued. This is what is the latest from the Karkatuma court in the Delhi riot case. Remember, on Monday, the Supreme Court has granted bail to 5 accused in the case, but denied bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjil Imam. And this is the same case because the trial is going on in the Karkatuma court. So that's why this, verification report sought by the Karkatuma court, that the police has filed the verification report, and following which release orders are issued. And if we talk about the background of this particular case, the two-judge bench of the Supreme Court on Monday, on one hand, granted bail to the 5 accused, on the other hand, not granted bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjil.
Yes, so these are the latest updates coming in with regards to the Delhi riots case. More breaking news meanwhile also coming in now. After Indore, Telangana is facing a water contamination issue. BJP corporator Akula Shivani has spoken out on this issue, saying that the repeated contamination issues are due to the aging drainage system. She has added that pipeline networks laid in many areas almost 30 to 40 years old and need to be replaced. Let's listen in.
See, actually, the repeated concern and reason for this contaminated water is due to the old-aged drainage system. In many areas, the pipelines which are laid were almost for 40 to 30 years ago. So these need to be changed. And moreover, the main alarming thing is that this older drainage system, it will go alongside with the water pipeline system throughout the city. And mainly in the areas where the connectivity is very close to each other, the sewage, the drainage systems which are very old in nature, they collapsed in some areas, they broken and they completely deteriorated. And the sewage water, it is seeping into the contaminated area and the soil area near that. And that goes into the water pipelines, which causes a contamination.
Raj Kiran joins us for more details on this story. Raj, is a similar incident like Indore now ready to play out in Telangana?
Yes, today after we have seen that Indore has faced a contaminated water issue in which many people died in that. So now the Hyderabad is facing similar situation in many parts of the Hyderabad. Especially the Newsx have carried out a special story on contaminated water 2 days back, in which whole city area of Dabilpura in Pardiwada area, there is a water mixed with the drainage pipeline, due to which the contaminated water coming to the residents, and we are facing a severe stinking water, as well as the health issues was also been noticed in particular area. Now the Afalawani Sarunagar BJP corporator says that even in the Sarunagar area, especially the PNT colony, Vinaynagar colony, these are the areas where people are facing the contaminated water issue, and she was telling about the where is the problem coming. Where is the problem is that the water pipeline as well as the drainage pipeline moving along with that beside each other. So due to which the damage of the drainage pipeline, that water is mixing with the regular drinking water pipeline, and now the people are facing the problem. Despite they have given many complaints, the municipal authorities is trying to rectify the issues. But however, these drainage pipelines and the water pipelines has been laid 30 to 40 years ago. So now, due to a long time, it is facing these type of problems, and definitely the GHMC will come up with the new strategy to clear this problem.
Yes.
This is what we heard from the Aklavani.
All right. Thank you, Raj, for joining us with those updates. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has received a telephone call from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, today. The two leaders warmly exchanged New Year greetings and wished the people of both countries peace and prosperity. They identified shared priorities to further strengthen the India-Israel strategic partnership in the year ahead. Guided by shared democratic values, deep mutual trust and a forward-looking vision, they also reiterated their zero-tolerance approach towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations and reaffirmed their commitment to fight this menace. PM Netanyahu briefed PM Modi on the implementation of the Gaza peace plan. PM reaffirmed India's consistent support for efforts towards a just and durable peace in the region. They also exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual interest. Aditya Vadhavan is joining us for more on this story. Aditya, what has transpired in this key phone call? Aditya, are you able to hear me? Okay, I think we've lost our reporter there, but these, of course, are the latest updates coming in. Prime Minister Modi receiving a telephone call from Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. A lot of issues, of course, discussed during this phone call. This is the first call between the two leaders after the new year in 2026, and that is why they exchanged New Year greetings and then, of course, discussed a lot of mutual issues. Aditya Vadhavan is back with us. Aditya, if you're able to hear me now, I was trying to ask you about this phone call.
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and indeed, both the leaders share a personal camaraderie with each other, and definitely, if you see, we have seen how India and Israel have been collaborating in the recent past, and definitely, on the phone call, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a telephonic call from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, during which the two leaders exchanged New Year greetings and wished peace and prosperity for the people of both countries. The leaders also discussed ways to further strengthen the India-Israel strategic partnership in the year ahead, guided by shared democratic values, mutual trust and a forward-looking vision. Both Prime Ministers reiterated their zero-tolerance approach towards terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and reaffirmed their commitment to jointly combat the global menace. PM Netanyahu briefed PM Modi on the implementation of the Gaza peace plan. PM Modi reaffirmed India's consistent support for efforts aimed at achieving a just and durable peace in the region. The two leaders also exchanged views on regional and global developments of mutual interest and agreed to remain in touch. Uday.
All right. In fact, more breaking updates now coming in. The Government of India's advance estimates on the national gross domestic product are out. According to government estimates, the GDP is supposed to grow by 7.4% in 2025-26, up from 6.5% in 2024-25. So, an upward-looking GDP outlook released by the government estimates, Aditya?
Well, definitely, yes, reports do indicate that, India's GDP growth is projected to accelerate further, and with various estimates suggesting growth around 7.4% or even 7.8%, a significant jump from the 6.5% estimated for the financial year 2024-25. So, driven by strong services, construction and manufacturing, despite global trade uncertainties, definitely it's a very, very forward-looking news, and definitely, if you see the GDP according to the estimate, the GDP is supposed to grow by 7.4%. So definitely, this will definitely be a very, very beneficial for the Indian economy, considering the fact, there are various sectors as far as the Indian economy is concerned, and definitely all the sectors, are expected to get a major boost in the upcoming financial year. Uday, back to you.
All right, I appreciate you joining us, Aditya, with those details. The National Medical Commission's Medical Assessment and Rating Board has withdrawn the letter of permission granted to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Institute of Medical Excellence, Kakrayal, Riyasi, Jammu and Kashmir for running the MBBS course with 50 seats for the academic year 2025-26. The decision dated 6 January 2026 takes immediate effect and follows severe findings about non-compliance with minimum standards during a surprise inspection. To safeguard the interests of the students already admitted for the academic year 25-26, the state UT authorities have been authorized to accommodate such students in other medical institutions within the Union Territory as supernumerary seats in accordance with applicable norms, NMC officials have said. Well, let's in fact listen in to what Jammu and Kashmir VHP President Rajesh Gupta said on this development.
मैं समझता हूं कि जो बातें माता वैष्णो देवी के भक्तों ने, संघर्ष समिति ने और सभी संगठनों ने उठाई थी और उन बातों का केंद्र सरकार ने और उसके बाद हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री ने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से उन्होंने संज्ञान लिया है। स्थानीय प्रशासन, केंद्र सरकार, जेपी नड्डा जी, हम सबके आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने संज्ञान लेकर के और री इंस्पेक्शन करा के जो आशंकाएं यहां समाज ने बताई थी कि ऐसी आशंकाएं हैं वहां पर मेडिकल कॉलेज में इस तरह की खामियां हैं, उन आशंकाओं को सही पाया और उसके मुताबिक उसका उचित उन्होंने समाधान भी किया है और उसको टेम्परेरीली क्लोज कर दिया है। ठीक।
Ajay Chandiyal joins us for more on this story. Ajay, what has led to this action being taken against this medical college in Jammu and Kashmir?
Uday, see, there are two different factors. One is basically for last several days there were protests going on in Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu region, and the people of the Sanghar Samiti, those who are basically a body constituted by the different religious organization and social organization, those who are opposing that how a university which is running on the funds of a Hindu shrine that can accommodate maximum number of a different community students over there. That was a major objection, and for that purpose they were protesting in the Jammu region for last several days. And we have seen even yesterday there was a protest when they tried to basically move towards the civil secretariat as well. And other factor is that now the MCS says that they say that because of the certain reasons like which compliance is basically required for a medical college, that was not fulfilled by the Mata Vaishno Devi Medical College, and that's why this permission have been cancelled. So these are the two different factors what they have shown. But yes, end of the day, 50 students, those who got admission, and 42 out of them they were from the Muslim community, and that they have to be shifted to the different medical colleges of Jammu and Kashmir, where they will continue their studies. But as far as this Vaishno Devi Medical College is concerned, their permission have been cancelled for the 2025-2026.
All right. Thank you, Ajay, for being with us with those updates. Now, turning down the opposition demand to discuss illegal nightclubs, including the Arpura Inferno that killed 25 people in a fire at Birch by Romeo Lane, corruption and law and order issues, Goa government has instead decided to have a special discussion on 150 years of Vande Mataram in the winter session of the Assembly, scheduled from Jan 12th. Opposition parties slammed this move and said if required, they will protest outside illegal nightclubs. Shahid Ansari is joining us for more on this story. Shahid, the opposition in Goa upset that the government is not discussing the issues that they are raising?
जी उधर देखिए अवैध नाइट क्लब जिसमें आरपोरा में जो है ब्रिज बाय रोमियो लेन में आग लगने से 25 लोगों की मौत हो गई थी। भ्रष्टाचार और कानून व्यवस्था के मुद्दों पर जो है चर्चा करने के लिए विपक्ष की मांग को जो है खारिज करते हुए गोवा सरकार ने इसके बजाय 12 जनवरी से शुरू होने वाले विधानसभा के शीतकालीन सत्र में वंदे मातरम के 150 साल पूरे होने पर एक विशेष चर्चा करने का फैसला किया है। आपको बता दें कि बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी की मीटिंग के बाद सीएम प्रमोद सावंत ने कहा है कि वंदे मातरम पर 13 जनवरी को चर्चा होगी। उन्होंने कहा कि सरकार ने स्पीकर गणेश गांवकर से वंदे मातरम पर स्पेशल चर्चा के लिए रिक्वेस्ट की थी, स्पीकर ने इसकी इजाजत दे दी थी। और हालांकि जो है विपक्ष के सदस्यों ने विपक्ष के जो सदस्यों ने जो है उन्होंने काफी मांग की थी कि जो गोवा में जो हादसा हुआ है उस पर चर्चा हो। इसकी हालांकि स्पीकर ने जो है उसकी इजाजत ना देके जो है वंदे मातरम पर चर्चा की इजाजत दी है। हालांकि विपक्ष के सदस्यों ने जो है गोवा की पहचान की सुरक्षा सहित कई मुद्दों पर जो है चर्चा के लिए समय देने की अपील की थी, लेकिन इजाजत नहीं दी गई। उनका आरोप ये भी था कि गोवा में ये जो हादसा हुआ है कानून व्यवस्था जो चरमराई हुई है उसको लेकर है, और इसके साथ साथ गोवा में इसका बहुत ज्यादा असर पड़ा है। यही वजह है कि उन्होंने इसकी मांग की थी। जी।
All right, Shahid, thank you for joining us. Sergio Gore will start work as US Ambassador to India on the 12th of January. Gore will resume charge after the post being vacant for almost a year. Eric Garcetti was the previous US Ambassador and his term had ended on the 20th of January 2025. Aditya Vadavan joins us for more on this story. Aditya, when will Sergio Gore assume office in India?
The new designate for US Ambassador to India will start working as the same position on the 12th of January, and definitely since he is the very close aide of US President Donald Trump, definitely there will be several changes in how now the US Embassy works. US Embassy in New Delhi works. Definitely, this post has been vacant for about a year now. When the last US Ambassador to India was Eric Garcetti, whose term ended on January 20th, 2025. So indeed, post then it's been absolutely about a year after a year. Gore will be the new designate for the new designate as the US Ambassador to India, and definitely there will be several diplomatic engagements that he will get engaged in. Definitely we could see some major, as far as the trade deadlock between India and US is concerned, definitely there could be a major breakthrough once, Gore, joins as the US Ambassador to India. So definitely there could be significant development as far as the Indo-US relations are concerned. Uday, back to you.
Thank you, Aditya, for being with us with those updates. The Cuban ambassador to India is holding a press conference. Let's go live across.
It is a decision that should be taken by Indian government. I cannot even suggest what to do or not, but I think that everybody could contribute, sending a message to the U.S. government that a military aggression, a unilateral actions against sovereign country never will be, is and never will be a way to solve our outstanding problems. Never. Not with Venezuela, not with Cuba. I remember in the 33 years ago, for first time, Cuba submitted to the General Assembly of the United Nations a resolution condemning the U.S. blockade towards Cuba. And India and the international community as a whole has supported this resolution during all these 30.
And on that note, slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx with me, Devika Devan. For decades, viewers, the Big Four, which is the US, UK, Canada and Australia, have been the undisputed dream for Indian students heading abroad for higher education. But as we move into 2026, are these countries really the only options for our youth? What else can they explore? Because there's high tuition costs now, there's tighter visa regulations, and there's also this newfound focus on return of investment, which is pushing Indian students and the Indian youth towards new horizons. Based on annual reports, over 1.1 million Indian students enroll in higher education institutions overseas. For those ready to take the leap into undergraduate or graduate studies but feeling overwhelmed by the choice of country and institution, this telecast will be a very interesting conversation for you, and hopefully it will help you decide and figure out and get some answers to those questions that you have. Today we're being joined by a panel of experts to help us navigate through the same. Joining me on this broadcast is Ms. Pratima Mittal. She's a prominent Indian education consultant and leader. She's currently serving as the director for the Gulf region at International Placewheel Consultants. We're also being joined by Mr. Suchindra Kumar. He is a partner with PwC and the India leader for education sector consulting. He has worked extensively across the value chain in the education sector in school, higher and vocational education areas, in addition to edtech companies. Last but not least, we're also being joined by Mr. Ashish Sharma, co-founder of Prospectus International. He's a seasoned professional in international education, technology and investment with a strong background in pharmaceutical business development, holding an MBA from the Monash Business School and leadership training from Harvard. So then let me begin this conversation with Mr. Ashish Sharma himself. Mr. Sharma, firstly, thank you to everyone for joining us. But Mr. Sharma, I want to begin by asking you, I've just tried to explain why we're having this conversation in that brief introduction. You yourself are a product of Harvard, of Monash, but I want to understand from you, in today's day and age, when we're now going into 2026, if you were to have this conversation with a young Indian, what would your advice to them be as far as your top 3 destinations for the next few years are in terms of pursuing higher education abroad?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me today, and really pleased to be joined by my co-panelists as well. In regards to your question, I think before answering that question, I would look back at my own journey and how the world has changed the last 15 odd years and where the world is heading. If you kind of look at what the world needs, they only need talented people to be coming to their shores, learning there, or graduating, and then kind of getting into the economic sectors as well, so that they can add value to the economy. So what we have seen between 1995 till 2020, just before the pandemic, that's not just going to stick around for too long. So if you now look at the future, I reckon you need to look at perhaps US is definitely going to stay there, no matter whatsoever will come from the White House for the next 3 years or something. US is never going to go down, and that's the land of the opportunity as well. But apart from that, one can also look at Australia and UK perhaps. I'm not too gung-ho about Canada for now, given whatsoever has happened just in the last year. And also this uprising against Indians in that particular country, one needs to be very, very cautious. Having said that, one also can look at some of the newer destinations as well, but we'll kind of come to that question in a while.
Okay, I want to bring Ms. Pratima Mittal into the conversation as well. Ms. Mittal, I want to pose the same question to you, ma'am, and I don't want, I want us to focus away from the big 4, as I've already mentioned. Even when I was growing up, all my classmates, their dreams and aspirations were to either land up in the US or the UK or Canada and Australia. But we do know that there are now newer and newer destinations. It's just that we've probably not had too much research on it. They've not done as much as PR as some of the other institutes abroad really do. But I know that there are some really exciting new destinations for Indian students as well as young Indians who are pursuing maybe an MBA or any other sort of master's degree to really look at. So what would your recommendations be to a person today?
So thank you for having me here, and thank you for picking up such a relevant topic. What I would think, yes, the big 4 are here to stay. I don't think much is going to change because that's the way we, aspiration of the students are. However, there are newer destinations that are coming. Singapore, for one, is doing phenomenal job. The aspiration is very high to go there. The Middle East, especially the UAE, has come up with a lot of options available for students, and I think they're taking quite a spectrum that they're making available for everybody. If you're going to go to the Europe and the East European, yes, it's for the medical and the sorts, but they are coming up. So they've targeted a certain sector. They're doing well with that. And I would also think that we need to think about India as well. I mean, Suchindra is here, who's worked with all the universities here. Think of all the international universities that are coming here now. So it is going to be a destination worth looking into.
All right, Mr. Kumar, then bringing you into the conversation, sir, before we have a deeper discussion, I just want to understand from you as well, what are your top 3 alternatives to the Big Four?
First of all, thanks again for getting me here into this exciting panel. I think Pratima did mention about UAE, she did mention about Singapore. I think there are 2 other areas which are coming up pretty well. So Germany is suddenly top of the mind for people, especially for cost and also for the post-study work visas. Traditionally, Indian students have been enamored by getting an opportunity to stay in the country where they've studied, and Germany is now topping that list. Another one which is coming up, and especially for STEM courses, because of the university brands that they have, is Taiwan. Most people overlook, but they've got they've got some 6 of the top 100 universities globally, all specializing in STEM. It's one of the highest, big tech areas in the world. And Taiwan is usually pretty starved for international students because of political reasons, and India kind of fills that gap fairly well.
Okay, then Mr. Kumar, I also want to understand from you, if I'm today a young student in India, or I'm just a young professional in India who's now perhaps looking at taking that next big leap or wanting to go abroad, what is it that I need to do in order to train my mind that, okay, there is something beyond a US and a UK and a Canada and Australia, that there is more out there in the world for me to explore? How do I navigate these new opportunities as a young professional or a young person who wants to study? And I'll pose that same question to everyone else as well, but I want to start with Mr. Kumar.
Sure. So traditionally, one of the big reasons why the Big Four were, always the top of the mind for students, like the post-study work visa is definitely one. The safety and security of students, people, you traditionally had a very large Indian diaspora there, so there's a large Indian support system, for students. And if you realize, most of the Indian students are moving away from home for the first time, and they're going, straight into a US, thousands of miles away from home. So this support system really worked excellently for them. The other important part was being Anglophonic. We are one of the best Anglophonic countries in the world. Most people are very, very comfortable in English, literally as their mother tongue. And some of these countries are not Anglophonic. The newer countries that we're talking about, while the programs may be taught in English. In fact, when you look at Germany, a lot of universities teach in English, but you still require a German language to really live outside of the campus. The same goes for Taiwan. While the education might be in English, to live in that country and sustain yourself for 3 years, you need that language skill. I think that is one thing that Indians need to start learning, probably target a university or a country of their choice. Also invest a little bit. It saves them time. It makes the life in that country easier. And also, again, while the regulations allow post-study work visas, a lot of jobs there require you to be at least fluent in the home language. And it kind of helps.
No, that makes sense, and that's a fair point there, because that's what I was thinking as well. As far as a lot of European countries are also concerned, language does end up becoming a barrier, but of course several people do choose to still settle in those countries. Ms. Mittal, your thoughts on the same? How does one navigate some of these newer destinations?
So agreeing with Mr. Kumar on this, but a couple of other things that you should be looking at. One, I want to tell the students, it's not a hurried proposal that you want to do. I want to study in Germany. You just don't wake up one day and say, this is what I want to study. If you're looking to study, especially like I'm saying, anything which is not necessarily an English-speaking country, you do need to plan well in advance. Yes, the language is one of them. Your investment is another. Your fee structure everywhere, you do need to see what your fee structure is, and they're very different. Each country would be different. There is this whole thought that we say Germany is almost free. It's not necessarily free. Do your research. The private universities can cost as much as the other European countries. It's the state universities that are going to cost you much less. So you need to know. So navigate that, get your facts right. So if I have to navigate it, don't go on the myths and fantasies of what is being proposed. There is a lot that you need to, do your own research. What is the tuition fee? Then the entry requirements. Look at the entry requirements, academic as well as professional. Does the university need a certain grade? Does it need the test preps? Because a lot of them do. So you need to work on that. And in addition, for professionals, what kind of career strategy do they need? What is it? What kind of career are they looking for? Do I need a 2-year work experience? Do I need a 4-year work experience? Those are some of the things that you should be navigating, especially in the new countries, because we know so much lesser.
Okay, all right. Mr. Ashish Sharma, same question to you, sir. Your thoughts?
Thanks, Devika. I'm kind of going to steer away a little bit from just the tactics of it. It's not about just the post-study work rights, how quickly you can get the visa, whether you can get an migration outcome after that or not. It's all about the jobs. Where the jobs for the future are going to be. When you look at how the Indian economy is growing and how the world is going to grow and where we really align very well with the world, I think there are 6 odd sectors which comes to your mind. The first one is the foremost IT, then healthcare and pharmaceuticals, renewables, manufacturing and infrastructure, e-commerce, and finally fintech. So when you look at all of that stuff, I think you need to look at in which particular country these sectors are going to grow. One, once you'll graduate after 3 years, 4 years, or if you're going for masters, then you'll graduate after 2 years, where you think that country's economy is going to be. For example, if you land into a country now which is already on the downfall, it is going to be very difficult for you to kind of get a job, even if you'll get the post-study work rights as well. So I think start with the economy and the jobs first, and then slowly drill down to whatever Suchindra and Pratima mentioned here, where the post-study work rights are going to be easier. In many of the countries, generally the post-study work rights are going to be between 18 months to 24 months or something. But if you go to the regional areas of the same countries, you can get 3 years or 4 years of post-study work rights as well. So that's going to be very, very handy. And finally, one thing I have seen that as an international student myself as well, and needless to mention that I've got great affection for Australia and US both, and I've received a lot of value from those 2 countries. But definitely look at the safety profile of that particular country. Okay. And if you feel that generally people are not very happy engaging with Indian students, then you really need to look at your decision again.
That's a very interesting perspective, Mr. Sharma. Then I want to pose that question as well. Are there any destinations that are perhaps becoming harder to get visas to, or that you would now suggest students be a little wary of going to certain places or certain pockets of the world, Mr. Sharma?
Well, I'm kind of keeping it aside from the racism question. So this is just about where the visas are going to get harder.
Yes.
The big 4 destinations are definitely going to be very hard for the next 2 odd years as well. And having sat on the other side of the table for nearly 11 odd years, I know that there is an organization called Five Eyes. This organization generally engages on the strategic issues between 5 different countries, including US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And they look at the defense issues, strategic issues with other countries, and the trade issues as well. When I look at all of those countries all together, except New Zealand, going to any other country is going to be harder, because what I said in my first answer, every country now wants talented people to come in, graduate, and get into the jobs and create value for their economy as well. They are not willing to bring in the people who are just going to add the numbers and are going to be a liability on their economy. They want them to stay on for some time, gain their experience, and then perhaps leave back to their country or go to any other third country as well. Finally, if visas is something which you're just looking at, then perhaps Ireland would be something which will come to my mind. It has grown about 10 odd times in the last 7 odd years as well, gone from 700 odd Indian students to 7,000 about 2 odd years ago. And the jobs are really, really growing there. The fintech sector is growing very well. Finance as a sector itself is growing very well. And technology, needless to mention that Ireland has taken some good strides in the last 3-4 years as well.
Ireland, also known as the Silicon Valley of Europe, for a lot of people who don't know that. We think that there's only one in the United States of America, but Ireland happens to be the Silicon Valley because it has all the European headquarters of some of the biggest tech giants of the world. So, of course, another very interesting destination there. But, Ms. Mittal, I want to pose the same question to you. In your experience of the past, say, 5 years or so, what are the trends that have emerged as far as getting visas is concerned? And what do you now foresee for the next few years? What are the places that are going to get really hard to tap into?
So what's going to get harder? Like we're saying, all of your popular destinations are getting harder. I mean, if you look at the numbers, they're steadily falling. They went into a surge in the last 10 years, and last 2 years, you've seen the decline. So it is going to get harder. But like you're saying, there are a couple of countries who are going to be working against that. They are going to give you the advantage of getting there. Ireland is going to be one of them. I mean, I work very closely with the universities there. They're going all out to try to get the right students there. Singapore, again, Middle East, Dubai is doing all it can to help the students get there, including the work permit. Although it's not automatic, but they're doing all they can to make sure that the students get there. They want it to become the hub. Similarly, a couple of other Middle Eastern countries are doing it. Qatar is doing it. So those are the places that you need to look at, also with opportunities. European countries, I mean, they're all going to work. I think that's the advantage they're going to take. And that is something that we all need to look at, because what is it that they're going to do to make it easier for us?
Okay, but Mr. Sachendra Kumar, I also then want to understand from you, sir, that as far as now future planning really is concerned, while yes, most people will still hold the same aspirations of in America and the UK, but if I am a young person today, do I want to set my sights on one particular destination and then give it my all to make it to that destination, or do I really need to work on building a resume or having the study experience to tap into various different countries, and how do I really go about that? And I'm asking that because, back in my day, we used to set our sights on maybe 1 or 2 universities, and we used to pick one country and we used to say, okay, the Ivy Leagues here. These are the 2 universities, this is the course I want to do, this is the professor I want to study under, and that's about it. And then we used to just work towards achieving that one goal. For most people, yes, that those dreams did come true, but for the people for whom it did not, that was quite a devastating situation. But because we're in a world that is a little bit more volatile today, I want to understand from your perspective, how does then one navigate this situation? Do you choose one place, one university and give it your best, or do you need to keep multiple different options open?
Okay, that's a really interesting question. So traditionally, and even today, brand takes priority. A lot of people, everyone wants to get to a Harvard or a MIT or an Oxford. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's not where people could go. So there are 3 real priorities that people really need to think about. There's obviously the university brand, there is the country or the location, and finally, as Mr. Sharma said, it's the economy that you could really chase. With the volatility which is coming up, a lot of countries, because of populist measures, because of their own protectionist measures, there have been surprises to students. Canada is an excellent example of that. There are a lot of people who went to Canada, chose the right universities. A lot of people went to US and chose the right universities, but the post-study work visa 3 years into their studies changed, and which has been a shock because people had invested their time, their energy, and their motivation in there. So while brand and country would remain at the top of the people, but I think more and more students are now asking what is the ROI and what is the career options or career pathways that they have, and therefore people are choosing alternate destinations. The way I foresee this happening, people would still have their first choices and the second choices, but most of the students who decided to study abroad are much more open today to explore other destinations, and I believe that is one area which will continue to grow.
All right. Okay, before I wrap up this conversation, then I have one last question. Ms. Mittal, I want to begin with you. I want to understand from you, for parents and maybe students that are watching, these could be school students that are watching, college students, or maybe young professionals. In today's world, when everything is changing really rapidly and we do see work profiles also changing almost on a yearly basis, even for someone such as myself as a journalist, I now really have to think about what the future holds for me and how do I add value at a time and age of, say, AI, and there's so much other advancement taking place. Given the world that we live in, I want to understand from you, how soon should someone then start picking some of these streams that are really going to be the future? As Mr. Sharma had also pointed out, that your criteria really should be to see which are the economies that are growing and what are the countries that are now becoming the hubs for where future innovation is going to take place, where the conversation about the future is taking shape and place. So I want to understand from you, how soon does one start? Does that planning start from school? Can that planning today start somewhere in college? Or would you suggest that, okay, do your school and college, maybe even work for a couple of years and then start thinking about, studying abroad and really broadening your horizons?
So I'm going to tell you something. This question cannot really be answered in a black and a white, because the journeys for most students will differ. Some of you will pick it up right in school. They seem very sure, but they may change their mind. Some of them go along, all the way to college, and then they change their mind. They start understanding what their skill sets are, and then they start matching. So it will change. But if you ask me as an education consultant, as an advice to you, I would say that you start early, think ahead. I would give a simple thing, where we've talked about economy, we've talked about future of work. There are something that we think, so if you pick up something like the World Economic Forum, the Jobs of the Future report, there are something that we know that are going to grow. There are some sectors that we expect to grow. We don't know, but we expect them to grow. There are certain skill sets that we know are there for the future, whether it's AI, whether it's critical thinking, whether it's emotional intelligence. There are a lot of skills that we know are here to stay. So I would say, if you want to pick up soon enough, pick up on the skills, build on those, because you will know that certain sectors, the growing sectors, will need those growing skills. So as opposed to picking up a stream in terms of the subject, I would think concentrate on that, work towards that. And by the time you're getting to choose your subjects, mostly in the 11th in India, you may have a better idea. But would it be the same for everybody? No, it wouldn't.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sharma, I leave the last word with you on this.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions, before this which you have asked as well. So I'll kind of combine everything and just answer for the students. The thing is, the students kind of know where their interest lies. Perhaps they can do a career assessment survey as well. There are many surveys available in the country. They can do one of that. It will tell them where their capabilities lie, where the weaknesses are, and what are the probable courses for the jobs they can get into. Then basis that, please reach out to 2, 3, 4 odd organizations. Do not just knock on to any consultant's office. They are not every consultant in this country which is going to give you an unbiased opinion. So speak to 3, 4 odd organizations, then reach out to some of the university representatives. They are very much available on LinkedIn. Write to them. They will connect you to someone in their team. Do your own research. That will tell you that this is where your interest is, this is what you can do, and this is where you can have a very nice mapping between where your capabilities are and what you can actually do in your life as well. The second thing is, do not compromise with the level of the university you want to go with. There are going to be many instances where you will be pushed into some of the courses you don't really want to do, or to the countries or to the universities which are not going to create any value to you. But one thing which is for sure is many of the universities are in the business of just selling the courses. And even if the universities don't really want, the agencies keep on doing that as well. So, you can only steer away from all those conversations if you have done your own research as well. And finally, if you want to just study well and get into a better job, there are going to be opportunities in India as well. Although I do not really want to just promote my organization here, but we are also in the business of establishing foreign university campus into India. So a number of campuses are going to come to India, and you have seen many are being announced as well. So focus on all of that stuff and see where you can take your life for the next 3, 4, 5 odd years, and what you're going to gain out of that as well. And if migration is something which is on your mind, then I don't think that anything except this Pragati model will work for you. You are going to look at many different options, and whatsoever will click, you'll just go there.
Okay, all right. On that note, I thank all of our panelists for joining us for this very special discussion, and a very happy new year to everyone watching.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Our big focus this hour, Pakistan, which has a long history of sponsoring and sheltering terror outfits on its soil, recently became the venue for a meeting between Hamas and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Senior Hamas commander Naji Zahir met with LET terrorist Rashid Ali Sandhu in Pakistan's Gujranwala during an event hosted by Pakistan Markazi Muslim League, which is widely believed to be the political front of Lashkar. Zahir was the same Hamas leader who visited Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in February 2025, along with other Hamas officials just weeks before the Pahalgam terror attack. During that visit, he addressed an anti-India joint rally alongside Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed commanders as well. Ari Jandial is joining us for more on this story. Ajay, take us through the details of this meeting that was held in Pakistan.
Yes, it's a serious matter, because if you see that this is not for the first time when Hamas and the Lashkar or Jaish terrorists are meeting in Pakistan, Gujranwala. That means that whatever happening between Israel and Hamas, that was something which basically might be cooked in Pakistan. And if it is true, then definitely it's a serious matter. No doubt that agencies here in the country, they are eyeing on each and every move, whatever is taking place in Pakistan. But this fresh meeting, and especially after Operation Sindoor, when we have seen that how DGI SPR was seeing threatening. We have seen that how Saifullah, who's a commander of Lashkar, he was seen speaking out in the public, and he was allowed to move in Pakistan and address the jihadi rallies over there. That indicates that something big they might be planning, but our forces, they definitely are on the alert. And Pakistan must not forget that the government of India and authorities in India, they very categorically clarified to Pakistan that Operation Sindoor is not yet over yet, because that was a Operation Sindoor which decimated number of terror launch pad, air bases and other defense installation in Pakistan. And if anything like any terror attack or anything will happen here in the country, then Pakistan will not be spared.
Thank you, Ajay, for joining us with those details. The International Cricket Council has found no credible security threat to Bangladeshi players in India and has for now rejected the Bangladesh Cricket Board's request to relocate its matches from the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026. According to reports, the matter was discussed during an online meeting between ICC officials and BCB representatives on Tuesday, January 6th. During the discussion, the ICC said it had no specific or actionable security input suggesting any risk to the Bangladesh team while playing in India. Therefore, the ICC sees no reason to change the tournament's venues or schedule at this stage. The meeting came after an emergency BCB meeting on the 4th of January. Following that, the BCB formally wrote to the ICC asking that Bangladesh's matches be moved outside India to ensure the safety and well-being of its players, officials, board members and other stakeholders. However, the ICC's current position does not match this request. While no written decision was issued on Tuesday, sources say there is no immediate indication of a change in stance. The BCB later confirmed it has received communication from the ICC regarding Bangladesh's participation in the tournament. The ICC reiterated its commitment to ensuring the full and uninterrupted participation of the Bangladesh team in the T20 World Cup 2026. A formal response from Bangladesh is expected by the 10th of January. Sunil Yashkar, cricket scholar, is joining us live. We also have Shekhar Vijayan, sports commentator, live with us. Asadullah Khan, head coach, MS YTCA Cricket Academy, joins us live. Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, is also with us live on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Sunil Yashkalra. Where do things stand at this moment? It seems that ICC is not really getting why the Bangladesh Cricket Board wants to move their matches out of India. These things can't be done simply for optics. There needs to be credible security intelligence to back up Bangladesh Cricket Board's claims, isn't it, Sunil?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a very bizarre situation. Of course, all the protocols are in place for ICC World Cup. Just imagine, we are just 30 odd days away from one of the biggest World Cups of the cricketing history. And guess what Bangladesh wants to do? They want to create a hue and cry just to get for optics. You're very right. It did happen. The security problem. Let me, as a cricket person, tell you that 1996 World Cup, which I was talking to one of the former players, did happen in Australia because they were very dismayed with the security problems of the LTT. Then 3 matches were washed out at that point of time, and the matches actually came. The match was forfeited, and the points was given to the team. So the matches did not happen there. So was West Indies did not participate. But here we are living in a different world altogether. Now what will happen is, the matches will be shifted from here to only Kolkata, citing whatever reasons that could be. But this is a very bizarre thing. And earlier in the day, I was talking to the 1996 World Cup player, Shahzad Altaf Saab, who played for the UAE, and he said it was a small blip in the entire tournament because when the World Cup starts, you get everything blaring. And Bangladesh, of all the teams, just imagine if it was Australia, England, South Africa, it would have been different. Bangladesh is at the bottom of the pyramid. They stand nowhere. And I think it's a laughable matter when it comes to it. Over to you, Uday.
Shekhar Vijayan, let me draw you in here. Shekhar Vijayan, what really has spurred this move by the Bangladesh Cricket Board? At the end of the day, of course, Mustafir ur Rahman's matter should be a separate matter. Why has that decision of the BCCI to ask KKR to drop him as a player suddenly spurred the Bangladesh Cricket Board to resort to this?
Thank you for having me over, and good evening to all my fellow participants. See, I think there are 3 key points here. One is Bangladesh was trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, because of the Mustafir Rahman story, and they wanted to cash in on that, and they also knew that this World Cup is at the world stage where you don't have just India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, or Bangladesh participating. You've got all the nations participating. They thought if they can make a hue and cry around this, they could try to make a difference. But it's very churlish and very childish the way they went about this entire thing. The second thing is you're dealing with India, and here the ICC really took a firm stand and asked them very clearly, as in what's this hue and cry all about. The third thing is you cannot make such changes when you're little less than 30 days away from a big tournament like this. You cannot change venues. It's not just about the venues, about the players, about the teams which travel, the logistics. There's so much around it. You cannot just go and ask the governing body to make the changes because you're not safe in a particular country because of political reasons. Also, I think the most important thing is there is elections which is happening and which is going to happen in Bangladesh in the month of February. So I think they're trying to create all the right kind of noises to show that they want to stand by the players. But it doesn't really work, because in a T20 tournament like the World Cup, where the whole world is looking at you, I think the focus should be on winning, playing, rather than focusing on all these political things which will not help them in any way. And at the end of the day, they're dealing with ICC, they're dealing with the BCCI, where the ICC has taken a firm stand and told them very clearly that it will not work. I think that answers everything altogether.
Yes. Joyita Basu, let me bring you in here. At the end of the day, why is Bangladesh now trying to do a Pakistan, where Pakistan, of course, decides to skip such events in India? Why is Bangladesh attempting to do the same? What do you, make of these developments, which clearly is mixing up cricket with other issues? And do you believe the ICC has been wise to prima facie reject this request, as there is no security threat to Bangladesh players in India?
Well, Uday, this is happening because Bangladesh as a country, I would say, is yet to graduate to the level of being an adult. You cannot consider Bangladesh to be a serious country. It is not how adults behave, adult responsible countries of the world behave. They are just being difficult, they are throwing tantrums. And who are these, teenagers, badly behaved teenagers, juvenile delinquents? If you are thinking of that, they who kind of indulge in petty crimes, the juveniles, and you can't even send them to jail, by the way, because they are below the age of 18. So you see, this is how exactly Bangladesh is behaving. I mean, if it had a single adult bone in its body, it would have realized, as the distinction everybody is making, what you cannot basically, what is we can, if not a club level, it's a local tournament in India, Premier League. Just because one of your players has been asked, one club has said that no, you cannot be allowed to take a person from that. You cannot go to the ICC, and it's an international tournament where countries are involved, and say that we are not going to play in India. Well, nobody, for the sake of Bangladesh, because of its basically minnow status, it is not even a minnow, it should not even qualify for the World Cup, because if I remember correctly, whatever they have been playing, they have been losing each and every match. Okay, they have been. So I think there are better candidates, better playing outfits who should be finding a place in this World Cup, who should have found a place. Now, since that has not happened, if they don't want to play, they should forfeit the match. It's as simple as that. It is their problem, nobody else's. Nobody takes them seriously. That is the whole problem.
Yes. Now, let me in fact take that back to you, Asadullah Khan. What do you make of course, of this, entire development that has erupted? This clearly shows somewhere cricket and politics does get mixed up. Many people try and say, oh, cricket should be kept away from politics. But this exactly shows how the two get mixed up. Asadullah, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost him there. But Sunil Kalra, let me bring you back in here on why this often gets mixed up. Why do cricket and politics get mixed up? As we are seeing in this entire Bangladesh episode. Of course, it's great here that the ICC is trying to crack down, is trying to go by the rule book, is trying to obviously say that present us the proof, the evidence of the security threat, and then yes, we will consider your request favorably or look at it actually with more seriousness. Sunil, why is cricket and politics getting mixed up? And I think you have a guest with you as well.
Absolutely. Asadullah Khan is joined here. In fact, we were discussing something like this. He's the former CEO of the Afghanistan Cricket Board. And we were discussing the same thing. Australia in 1996 did the same with Sri Lanka at that point of time, but those were different days. We are currently in Dubai and not very far from the ICC headquarters. What I get to hear from them is that it's a laughable request that they've done, which will never be considered. Point number one. Point number two, Australia has done that in a long time. 1996, Sri Lanka, they forfeited 3 matches because the country Australia had a level 3 threat level for any of his people. So therefore, they did not play. The matches were conceded. The rule book is still the same. Right now, I have Asadullah Khan with me. In fact, Australia did the same with Afghanistan Cricket Board, Mr. Khan, when they refused to tour your country. Why is it happening that Bangladesh today is behaving like Australia?
I think the most important thing is, first of all, we need to understand what kind of event that is. I think the World Cup is the most important event for all the countries playing for year. So same situation. When Afghanistan, Australia refused to play Afghanistan, but they played in the World Cup as well.
That's correct.
And the other thing, Bangladesh, they are not going. I don't know where they are taking the cricket to in the future. If they made this decision like that, the other teams, what they will do, what they're going to do.
Let me Uday, put him in a spot. He's the former CEO of the Afghan Cricket Board. Would you do something like this just a month before the World Cup, saying that as irrational request like this, what Bangladesh has done? From a player's perspective, is it fair?
I think it's unfortunate. It's a very bad decision for any country. He's refusing at the last moment. So it's the trust of the all nation countries, all the World Cup, the pupils are expecting for the different countries that like they are going to see the World Cup. So the taste of the World Cup will be I think they want to destroy actually. They want to destroy the interest of the pupils. You know, the cricket is going day by day, very, very famous in the world. Like after the football in the Asia is #1 game, but in the entire world, I think it's a #2 game.
That's
in
correct.
the world. So we should think on that. So World Cup is that kind of event. So they ensure the security. I think the event is organized by the BCCI or government in India. So it's definitely going to be a safe.
I think Uday, if I were to sum up his feelings, it is same as what Joyita has said, that they don't have an adult bone in their mind. I mean, forget spine. You don't have cerebral thing of making a right decision. And what he's saying is that the trust of the players is being smudged here, especially just before the World Cup. How can you expect? People have tried, people have bought tickets, players have worked hard for 3 years just to be a part of this, 2 years just to be a part of this entire thing. And what they're doing is just they're throwing, the mud everywhere. And unfortunately, I quite echoes Joyita's thoughts that this is not a juvenile. This is a juvenile country with a juvenile thought, whether it's the public diplomacy, whether you're talking about the international relations. But yes, cricket has been spoiled because of this particular thing in the last 2 weeks of whatever is going around. And one important thing, ICC will definitely not argue this case. They're just going to let them like spoiled brats and just teach them a lesson in a way or two like that. And believe me, at the end of it, Bangladesh will play wherever we say and to whoever country that they want to play it. Because ICC, remember, the ICC money comes from India. 67% of the coffers are filled by the ICC and the sponsors of the World Cup. So, in a way, ICC can cut off their sponsorship and completely ostracize them. Over to you, Uday.
What happens now? Now, Bangladesh expected to reply to what ICC has said. Where do things stand as of now?
Unfortunately, Bangladesh, as the protocol is, once you write a letter to ICC stating your concerns, ICC will issue a public statement, because this is created like a public drama issue all put together. So, go on.
I think it's a political issue. You know, so maybe they same like Australia. Australia team want to play because they are playing in the World Cup. So, what is the reason they are not playing in the other events?
So to answer your question, ICC has well within their rights not even to acknowledge this request, because this is coming at 6 weeks before the World Cup. They will not agree to it.
And then what is the recourse of Bangladesh? They can pull out if they want to.
No, they cannot. It's too big an affair to be pulled out. This is a T20 game. Yeah, go on.
So, merely some sort of minor optics happening here, Shikhar Vijayan. Why should, politics and sport not get mixed up? What is Bangladesh Cricket Board doing so wrong here? Who is advising this? Do you believe it's Yunus and other senior advisors at the administration who are kind of dictating them to do what they are? Otherwise, why would Bangladesh Cricket Board, do this? They end up looking silly, don't they?
They, like you had mentioned right at the beginning of this program, it looks like it's straight out of the Pakistani toolkit, which is amateurish, churlish, and childish, right? Because you cannot expect anything more from either Bangladesh or Pakistan. I feel Bangladesh is fighting a lost cause. They are dealing with ICC, and ICC will take no prisoners here. They are very clear about the fact that Bangladesh has made a mistake, and they'll pay for it. And the fact of the matter here is Bangladesh thought they could emotionally blackmail India by saying India is not a safe country, but but we have seen situations like this in the past. India is the safest country to come in and play, and there are countries which have not played other countries, and still the tournament has gone on. So if Bangladesh doesn't want to play, they cannot play. They can still play the tournament, right? The tournament will still go on. The game is bigger than all the political divide which Bangladesh is trying to ignite. But I think, like I said earlier, I think it's something straight out of a Pakistani toolkit, and it's as amateurish as it can be. There really is no solution to this. It looks very, very short-sighted, very, very myopic, and Bangladesh should know better. They really want to do well as a nation. They want to do well as a cricketing nation. It's important for them to participate and do well and win. Rather than talking about issues when there are so many problems happening in their backyard. We are not even talking about the fact that so many Hindus were killed, so many minorities were killed, and we've spoken about that in the recent past. I think that's an issue for them which they need to tackle, and they need to show the world. If they're not doing anything around that and focusing on things which are not within the control and trying to create a fire out of nowhere, they will surely burn from here. They will surely learn a lesson. I think ICC is doing the right thing by taking a assertive step against them.
Yes, and Joyita, let me quickly draw you in here. Does this then tell us about how things are going between India and Bangladesh?
Well, this I would say is definitely a reflection of the deterioration in the relationship that has taken place. I mean, the things are really bad, and that is not India's fault. I mean, India has tried its best, and if Bangladeshis think that they are going to, if they think Sheikh Hasina is the main reason why India-Bangladesh relations cannot go back to being what it was once upon a time, well, then they are living in a fool's paradise if they think that India is going to return Sheikh Hasina to Bangladesh, because you see, returning Sheikh Hasina to Bangladesh means that she will be lynched by the kangaroo courts and the mobs over there. So we are not as such an irresponsible country, and that we are going to allow her to go back to that Bangladesh. And you see, the fundamental problem of Bangladesh is that, in fact, I had just had a podcast and we were discussing this. The fundamental problem is, you see, they are trying to wipe out, there is a very strong section in Bangladesh that is trying to wipe out that Bangladesh's legacy of freedom struggle. Now, and what they are doing, this is a very strong pro-Pakistan section. Now, that pro-Pakistan section is in power. As you must be knowing, Mohammad Yunus's brother was a collaborator, and he was a Razakar basically, and was with Pakistani. So that is with the Pakistanis. So that is the reason why we see this Pakistani ISI playbook being used over and over, and it is but natural. In every sphere they have used it, and it's but natural that they are going to do it in cricket, and that's what exactly is happening.
Yes, let me in fact quickly also go back across to you, Sunil Ashkalra. Now on, of course, what spurred it all on? It was the BCCI's decision to ask KKR to drop Mustafizur Rahman. That was, of course, for a completely different reason. It was because of the situation between the two countries, the ties, and it has something to do with a domestic tournament, which is governed by India, which is happening within India. And the international tournaments and domestic tournaments cannot be compared, isn't it, Sunil?
Absolutely, they are of different fabric.
And Mustafizur KKR wasn't asked to drop him because of security concerns.
Absolutely, that was a different thing altogether. In fact, he was only banned because he was not allowed to participate. He's a great performer. He's got the emerging player of the tournament award wherever. However, I want to take a step back and talk about the entire episode with just one line. In MI Emirates, the same day, Shakibul Hasan played for Mumbai Indians team, you know, the original franchisee, which is called MI Emirates. And that was it. I think what they've created here is a complete harakiri of sorts, and they've shot themselves in the foot by creating and taking this stance. I was talking to Asadullah Khan, of course, is the batter who scored the first official run for the Afghanistan team in the history, but he's led at the top level. But why are they doing it? I mean, in of course, politically think. Have you ever seen Bangladesh do something like this in the past?
I think the most important thing is ICC should take the decision. You know, sometimes you have to be a little bit aggressive. So ICC should be take a strong decision. So the rest of the team, so in the future the team will not do like that. So straight away, so this is the action time. So ICC should think on that and make their decision.
I think they're also taking a step forward by insinuating certain things because Jai Shah is the head of ICC, and they want to just embarrass everyone in the Indian counterparts, lobby everything around it, and they're doing a very bad job of it. If they were trolling us in a different manner, things would have been better. But I think they're only making a fool of themselves by doing all together. I go back to Joeta's point. They're juvenile, they're ill-advised, ill-timed, and they have less cerebral value between their ears. Yes, Uday.
All right. Yes, Joyita Basu, last word to you.
Well, I would agree with Sunil in this case. You know, I mean, I like the idea of less cerebral value, and you know that is the whole point. There's a huge inferiority complex, because of which what they try to do is that they try to come across as superior, and so that is the reason why, you know, everything stems from there. That inferiority complex is, you know, because they are upset with India, they are angry with India. That is the reason they are taking out their anger against Hindus in Bangladesh. That is the reason why they are taking out their anger against India in cricket. I mean, to go and tell ICC that India is not a safe place to play in, they think that they have scored points with their home audience. They are playing to the gallery. But the thing is that, you see, who is going to believe the nonsense that they are spewing, you know? I mean, this is, again, I am going back to the point of being kids, you know, yes. It is like, oh fine, I am going to fix you. But who are you playing with? Your parents.
My thanks to all of our guests for joining us on this discussion. We're quickly turning our focus to some breaking news coming in. 5 have been arrested after a demolition drive outside a mosque turned violent. We are learning that the names of the accused arrested in the case are Kashif, Mohammad Kaif, Mohammad Arif, Adnan, Samir. Remember, an anti-encroachment drive was carried out by Municipal Corporation of Delhi near the Faiz-e-Ilahi Mosque in Delhi's Ramlila Maidan early on Wednesday. The demolition drive on the land adjoining the mosque and a nearby graveyard at Turkman Gate turned violent even as clashes erupted, leading to 5 police personnel sustaining injuries. So more details emerging about the arrested accused Javed. Give us the latest.
और देखिए उदय, दिल्ली पुलिस ने 5 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है और तकरीबन 10 से ज्यादा लोग अभी हिरासत पे हैं। कई लोगों की पहचान की जा रही है। मौके से जो मोबाइल फुटेज, इसके अलावा जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज इलाके से जो मिला है उसको डेवलप किया जा रहा है। और दिल्ली पुलिस उन तमाम स्टोन प्लेटर्स जो कि पत्थरबाजी में शामिल थे, जिन्होंने दिल्ली पुलिस और जो एमसीडी थे उनके स्टाफ पर जिस तरह से उन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की, उसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरीके से सख्त है। क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस के ज्वाइंट सीपी ने ये बताया था और उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था मीडिया को, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया प्रेस रिलीज के जरिए दिल्ली सेंट्रल डिस्ट्रिक्ट की तरफ से कि इस जो ये एक्शन होना था, जो कार्रवाई होनी थी, इलीगल एक्शन, जो मस्जिद के पास का जो इलाका था, जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था, उसका जो कार्रवाई होनी थी, उसके लिए कई अमन कमेटी और कई बार जो है मीटिंग हुई और जिसमें बार बार बताया गया कि जो हाईकोर्ट का ऑर्डर है और हाईकोर्ट के ऑर्डर पर जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है सिर्फ उसकी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मस्जिद को लेकर कल भी डीसीपी सेंट्रल की तरफ से कहा गया था, आज भी ज्वाइंट सीपी मौके पे पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने इंडिया न्यूज से बात करते उन्होंने कहा था न्यूज़ से कि यहाँ पर जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है, इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है, उसको लेकर एमसीडी की तरफ से कार्रवाई करनी थी क्योंकि हाईकोर्ट का ऑर्डर था। लेकिन इस बीच जो है कल सुबह, आज सुबह जो कार्रवाई हो रही थी तो कई लोग उन्होंने वहां पर आकर माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की, उन्होंने वीडियो बनाया, वीडियो बनाकर वहां पर लोगों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की, अफवाह फैलाने की कोशिश की कि मस्जिद को तोड़ा जा रहा है और लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा तादाद में आए, यानी कि वहां पर एक बड़े दंगा करने की मंशा थी लोगों की। तो वैसे लोगों को भी की पहचान की जा रही है, क्योंकि कई जो वीडियो सामने है उस वीडियो में साफ दिख रहा है कि किस तरीके से लोग वहां पे भड़काने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बिना किसी फैक्ट के वो लोगों को वहां पे बुला रहे हैं। जबकि दिल्ली पुलिस सेंट्रल डीसीपी की अगर बात करो रहे तो यानी कि कल मंगलवार को 6 तारीख को उन्होंने अमन कमेटी और तमाम जो वहां पे समुदाय के लोग जो रहते हैं, मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग वहां पे ज्यादा तादाद में थे, उन लोगों से बातचीत की, उनको बताया कि ये जो पूरा डेमोलेशन है ये इलीगल डेमोलेशन है और हाई कोर्ट के आदेश पर ही हो रहा है। इसमें किसी तरीके से मस्जिद को लेकर या मस्जिद के स्ट्रक्चर को लेकर कोई नहीं है, लेकिन जो मस्जिद से सटा हुआ जो स्ट्रक्चर है, जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है, उसको तोड़ा जाना है। और आज जो है सुबह ही में दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से ये कार्रवाई की गई और इसी बीच दिल्ली पुलिस पर जो है पथराव किया गया, जिसका वीडियो साफ देखा जा सकता है। इस वीडियो के दरमियान कई ऐसी बातें भी सामने है जिसमें कि इस पत्थरबाजी के दौरान लोग जो है वो वीडियो के दरमियान ही कह रहे हैं कि बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, शाबाश, इस तरीके की चीजें भी देखने को मिली है। और दिल्ली पुलिस जो है इस पूरे मामले में 5 लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर चुकी है और बाकी जो इसमें पत्थरबाजी में शामिल थे उनकी गिरफ्तारी के लिए भी दिल्ली पुलिस लगातार इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है। जो पूरा मामला है सेंट्रल डिस्ट्रिक्ट की स्पेशल स्टाफ और एटीएस यूनिट को दी गई है, जिसमें वो इससे जुड़े हुए जो तमाम जो पत्थरबाजी में शामिल थे उनको पकड़ने के लिए दिल्ली पुलिस की कई टीमें बनी गई है। वहां पर आसपास जो तुर्कमान गेट के पास का जो हज मंजिल के पास जो तमाम सीसीटीवी है, वहां पे रिहायशी इलाके दुकान है, उन सीसीटीवी कैमरे को भी एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है उदय। और साथ ही दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ कहना है कि हर संभव और सारे लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में और उनके यकीन को लेने के बाद ही ये कार्रवाई की गई है और इसके लिए कई बार मीटिंग की गई है और लोगों को बताया गया है कि ये मस्जिद का जो स्ट्रक्चर है ये मस्जिद का स्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, मस्जिद से जो सटा हुआ जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको लेकर जो है वो हाईकोर्ट के ऑर्डर पर ये कार्रवाई होनी है। जी
शुक्रिया हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए जावेद। वक्त अब हो चुका है एक छोटे से ब्रेक का।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH
Well, we are at the Turkman Gate, Faise-Ilahi, just near the Faise-Ilahi Masjid. A bulldozer action took place yesterday that started from 12 a.m. that lasted till 7 a.m. It was a 6 to 7 hours joint operation by the MCD officials and the Delhi police officials, and in between that there were stone pelting also that was reported, where 5 police officials were also injured. And after that, the joint CP Madhur Verma also spoke about the issue and said that the police used minimal force to disperse the crowd and take the situation under control. There were tear gas shells also that was thrown to make the situation better. What we are showing you, we are just outside this very visuals. You can see this is also called a Bharat Ghar itself, Bharat Ghar itself, where the situation took place in the midnight itself. MCD officials conducted an anti-encroachment demolition drive earlier. And even it has been stated that during the demolition, like we mentioned, that few miscreants tried to disrupt the operation by pelting stones, and the situation was also put under control. Even this is the very masjid that is Faise Ilahi Masjid, that is even close to Ramlila Maidan, and then even the situation was swiftly brought under control. And we are showing you these visuals also of the Bharat Ghar itself. Again, what you can see also, there are some cutleries, there are some kitchen equipments that are still there. On the other side, there is another lift also that is here. And since the operation is new, you can still see a lot of police deployment. There are heavy police deployment that has been done at this very place that we are showing you. There are officials that are here. There are 50 to 100 RAF officials that are here, and these are exclusive visuals from Newsx camera we are trying to show you. Apart from that, there is this entire building has been encroached as an anti-encroachment drive, has been demolished by the officials itself. The JCBs have been deployed itself. There were 9 to 10 JCB vehicles. They were there to clearly demolish the entire illegal settlement that was here just near the masjid, and it was used as a lot of precision where they also thought of not putting any kind of damage to the masjid itself. So clearly a proper move by the Delhi police officials, by the MCD, then post that to maintain and enhance the security. They barricaded the entire place. They beefed up the security. This entire place has been properly beefed up by security agents to ensure that what happened yesterday is not repeated today itself. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing your campus and Ankush for Newsx Delhi. हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए इरशाद जी है, और यहाँ कल 1:30 बजे ही रात को ये जो घर है, ये बिल्डिंग है जो गिराई गई थी, ये जो हुआ था कल 1:30 बजे जब प्रशासन आई थी, एमसीडी के ऑफिसर्स आए थे, दिल्ली पुलिस से, इससे सहमत है? ये जो गिराई गई थी मस्जिद के पीछे वाला जो हिस्सा है वो गिराया गया था, इससे आप सहमत है?
मस्जिद को बचाया गया है। मस्जिद के आगे पीछे बड़े बड़े बिल्डर लगे हुए थे, और यहाँ पे दिखाएंगे लिफ्ट तक लगा हुआ है। देखिए सामने लिफ्ट तक बड़े बड़े आदमी रहते थे। गरीब आदमी को कुछ भी नहीं पूछते हैं। जो ठेली लगाने वाले थे, हम नारियल पानी यहाँ 4 साल से बेचते हैं, हम जैसे को भी कुछ नहीं पूछते थे, डंडा मारते थे। क्यों 25 से 30 हजार रुपये यहाँ शादी कराने का लेते थे, तो पैसे कहाँ जाते हैं? गवर्नमेंट को यही पता करना है ये पैसे गए कहाँ इतने सालों से। ना मस्जिद में कोई अनाथ आश्रम या मदरसे में कहाँ पे दिया।
और इरशाद जी आप यहीं रहते हो, आसपास ही रहते हो?
यहीं पे हम टिया लगाते हैं। अच्छा। नारियल पानी का काम हमारा चलता है, और हमारा रिकॉर्ड भी है कमला मार्गी थाने के अंदर। हमारे साथ बहुत अन्याय होता था हम लोग गरीब के साथ, और किसी को कुछ नहीं पूछते हैं ये लोग। बाकी देखिए हम भी मोहम्मदन हैं, बाकी हम सोचते हैं कि मस्जिद के आसपास जितने भी हैं पूरी सफाई बढ़िया से कर दिया जाए। मैं सरकार से धन्यवाद करता हूं, और रेखा गुप्ता जी को भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। ये बहुत बढ़िया काम हो रहे हैं। रामलीला अवैध जमीन है ये।
सरकार से काफी सहमत है आपकी, उन्होंने जो किया सही किया?
बहुत बढ़िया किया है।
अच्छा, ये जैसे कल ऐसे भी रिपोर्ट्स आ रहे थे कि पथराव हुआ, पत्थर फेंका गया, काफी जवान जो थे उनको भी घायल किया गया है।
ऐसा दिल्ली 6 के अंदर जो है 101 खुर्रम खां है। बाकी बीजेपी सरकार जो है, हमारे मोदी जी बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं, और रेखा गुप्ता जी उसके साथ मिल के भी बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा कुछ नहीं, हमारा जान मार दे वो कुछ नहीं, हमारे सच्चाई बोलेंगे, मगर हमारे मोदी जी हमारे साथ है और रेखा गुप्ता जी हमारे साथ हैं, और बिल्कुल बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इरशाद जी। जैसे आप देख सकते हैं ये जो मलबा है, ये जिसको डेबरी भी हम कहते हैं, वो भी हटाया जा रहा है। ये कल 1:30 बजे ये एक्शन शुरू हुआ, ये बुलडोजर एक्शन शुरू हुआ, ये जो अवैध जो जमीन है, जो इलाके है, उसको हटाने के लिए। और इसके बाद पथराव भी हुआ, जो लोग आके पथराव करने लगे। और आप भी अगर ये विजुअल्स, ये तस्वीरें देखेंगे तो ये समझ में आ रहा है जो एमसीडी के जेसीबी है वो भी डिप्लॉयड है, एमसीडी के काफी व्हीकल्स डिप्लॉयड है, और ये पूरा एरिया कल रात 1:30 बजे ही गिराया गया है, और ये हाईकोर्ट के निर्देशन के बाद ही ये किया गया है। तो ये सारे विजुअल, और हमने एक इरशाद जी से भी बात किया जो यहाँ ठेला लगाते हैं, यहाँ नेबर यहाँ रहते भी है। तो ये था हमारा रिपोर्ट। मैं ब्रायन एंथनी थॉमस, कैमरा पर्सन अंकुश के साथ, इंडिया न्यूज दिल्ली। A very interesting object in front of us, that is this mask. Even though we do not confirm or deny the fact that where it was used, but you can see this is clearly a protection that was done to protect people. For it might be protesters. You can see this is a very lousy work that has been done. This is these goggles that have been used rather to protect you from any kind of tear gas. That was also tear gas shell that was thrown. This is the breathing area where you can get a proper breathing area. So this entire mask can be used by the protesters in their defense itself, what we are showing you. Apart from that, there are other visuals also what we are trying to show you from our camera, from Newsx camera. You can see heavy deployment of rapid action force also that have been here. There are 50 to 100 such rapid action force that have been here. So what we are trying to show you these visuals also, even though there are many such tear gas shells also that are here, that have been here itself. So clearly these are these visuals we are showing you from our camera, from Newsx's camera. Tear gas shells we are trying to show you. I'll request my camera person Ankush to show those tear gas shells that have been here. These are one of these shells. There are many such shells that are here that was used yesterday when the situation became extremely tensed in this very area. And this is one of that area where the stone pelting had happened in a very excessive amount. And here these visuals also of tear gas shells that have been here lying down. This entire place have been cordoned off, have been barricaded by the police officials, and we are trying to show you all these visuals from our camera. This is me, Brian Andy Thomas, signing off camera. कल क्या हुआ था, आप कहाँ थे कल, और आपका घर कहाँ है, थोड़ा बता दीजिए।
मेरा घर के आगे ही है, तो मैं सो रहा था, दवाई खा गया, तो एकदम रात को 11 बजे 10 बजे 10:30 बजे हंगामा हुआ है। रात को जो ना पब्लिक चली है, तो वो वहाँ से पुलिस वाले चले, मैंने आंचू को छोड़ा।
तो आपने देखा, आप बाहर आए देखने?
बाहर ना आया भाई, मैं घर पे ही था। आँख में मिर्चें लगी थी, आंसू को गोला छोड़ा, मिर्चें लगने लगी।
आंसू का गोला छोड़ा क्योंकि पत्थरबाजी भी हो रही थी पब्लिक के लिए। तो कितना खतरनाक माहौल था?
ज़्यादा खतरनाक नहीं था, पब्लिक ने कम करा, भी ना आंसू को छोड़ा, थोड़ा पब्लिक पीछे हट गई।
और आज का क्या पुलिस बता रही है कि क्या आज भी आपको घर से बाहर निकलने के लिए मना?
कुछ नहीं बोल रही, बता रही है अभी क्या करना है, अभी कुछ नहीं बताया।
तो आपको ये इसके बारे में पता था कि ये जो अवैध जो बिल्डिंग है वो उसको
ये नहीं एकदम करा, हम पता नहीं था।
पर अभी क्या सिचुएशन यहाँ बेहतर है या क्या है?
अभी तो सही है, अभी कोई मोड़ सही है।
अभी आप निकल पा रहे हो घर से?
अभी नहीं निकल पा रहा, घर से तो निकले, बाहर जाने नहीं दे रहा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फ़हीम जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो जी बिल्कुल देखिए, हमने फ़हीम जी से बात किया, और अगर हम आपको सारे तस्वीरें भी दिखाएं तो आपको यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ ये वो एरिया है जहाँ वो हादसा हुआ था, जहाँ पत्थरबाजी हुई थी, पथराव हुआ था। और ये सारे जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं हमारे माइक से, और ये जो गलियाँ है यहाँ ही पत्थरबाजी हुई थी। आंसू के जो गोले हैं, जो टीयर गैस है, वो भी फेंका गया था। हम अपने कैमरा से, इंडिया न्यूज़ के कैमरा से ये दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ देख सकते हैं ये आंसू के गोले हैं, ये टीयर गैस शेल्स है जो फेंका गया था दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा, जिससे सिचुएशन बेहतर किया जाए, क्योंकि पथराव शुरू हो गया था। यहाँ काफ़ी सारे काफ़ी सारे ऐसे आंसू के गोले हैं, ऐसे टीयर गैस शेल्स है जो अभी भी पड़े हुए हैं, क्योंकि ये सिचुएशन कल काफ़ी ज़्यादा ख़राब हो गया था। 5 ऐसे ऑफिशियल थे जो काफ़ी घायल हुए थे। इसके अलावा ये सारे जो आसपास के एरिया है, यहाँ आप देख सकते हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा आंसू के ये टीयर गैस शेल्स है जो हम दिखा रहे हैं। हम लोगों से भी बात कर रहे हैं जो नेबर्स है कि उनका क्या कहना है इस सिचुएशन पे। मैं ब्रायन अंडी थॉमस, कैमरा पर्सन। हमारे साथ सोहराबुद्दीन जी है जो शादी घर में काम करते थे, जिसको गिराया गया था, जो अवैध था। सोहराबुद्दीन जी, आपको पता था कि वो अवैध था, इलीगल था जब उसको गिराया गया था?
मालूम नहीं, हम लोग तो 4 साल काम किया उसमें अंदर। हमारे ठेकेदार आता है, काम कराता है, पैसे देता है, यही है।
कल आप कहाँ थे जब इसको गिराया गया?
हम लोग को रेलवे क्लब, शिवाजी ब्रिज रेलवे क्लब, उधर काम करता है। जो बात सुना जे दरगाह में ऐसा चल रहे, कोई तोड़ेगा ना गिरेगा, यही 17 बुल जा रहा है, एक बात सुना।
तो आप यहीं रहते हो?
हम अगले गली में रहते हैं।
तो कल जो हुआ, पत्थरबाजी भी हुआ, यहाँ कुछ पुलिस घायल भी हुए, वो आपने देखा क्या हुआ?
हम लोग 2 बजे घूम के 2 बजे आया, वो उधर से डीलर से होके उधर से 2 बजे आया, बाद में हम आके सो गया।
आपको पता कब चला कि यहाँ ऐसा कुछ हुआ है? मतलब हादसा
बात करते आंसू गैस छोड़ा।
क्या कब पता चला? आज पता चला?
ना कल शाम को उस टाइम 2 बजे उस टाइम पता चला आंसू गैस छोड़ा है, यही बात है, और कुछ नहीं है। हम लोग सो गए, अभी चाय पीने के लिए आए, दुकान बंद है, अभी चला जाएगा, क्या करें।
पुलिस ने बोला है कि शायद आप लोग को निकलना नहीं चाहिए, ऐसा कुछ बोला है?
ना, हमको कुछ नहीं बोला। ये लोग आदमी लोग से जा रहे हैं, बोलते हैं नहीं इधर मत जाओ, इधर मत जाओ, यही बात है।
सोहराबुद्दीन जी, आप जो ये शादी घर में काम करते थे, ये वाला, ये आपको पता था कि अवैध है या इलीगल है?
हम लोग सुना जो 4 तारीख उसको क्या कोर्ट में केस चलता है, 4 तारीख फैसला है, यही सुना और कुछ नहीं। हमारा ठेकेदार 2 तारीख उसको काम बंद कर दिया, 2 तारीख लास्ट काम किया, 2 तारीख सर्दी घर का लास्ट काम किया, अभी बंद कर दिया। बोला जी अभी 40-45 दिन काम के लिए सब बुकिंग है, लेकिन वो बुकिंग कैंसिल हो जाएगा।
जी हमसे बात करने के लिए, तो हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए शोरबुद्दीन जी थे, जो वही शादी घर में काम करते थे जो इलीगल या अवैध था। मैं ब्रायन थॉमस, कैमरा पर्सन अंकुश के साथ।
बुधवार 7 जनवरी की सुबह तुर्कमान गेट के फैज़ इलाही मस्जिद के पास जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था, यानी कि अवैध निर्माण था, उसे हाईकोर्ट के आदेश पर जो एमसीडी के द्वारा ये कार्रवाई की गई है और इसको लेकर कुछ जो है सामाजिक तत्व जो है उन्होंने उनकी तरफ से पत्थरबाजी भी की गई और उसके बाद पुलिस ने पूरे सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल में ले लिया। जानकारी के मुताबिक दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से जो है दिल्ली पुलिस के जॉइंट सीपी जो हैं उन्होंने बताया कि कुल 9 पॉइंट्स बनाए गए थे। इन 9 पॉइंट्स पे तमाम एडिशनल डीसीपी रैंक के जो अधिकारी हैं उनको तैनात किया गया था, जिससे कि सिचुएशन पे पूरी तरीके से कंट्रोल किया जा सके। ये डेमोलेशन का काम यहाँ पर हो चुका है और अब जेसीबी के ज़रिए जो यहाँ पर जो मलबा है उसको हटाने का यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है और जो पुलिस है, पुलिस फोर्स भी यहाँ पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। तुर्कमान गेट के पास फैज़ इलाही मस्जिद जो है, जिसको लेकर यहाँ पर जो कुछ यहाँ पे भीड़ जो थी, शरारती तत्व जो थे, उन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की। उसके बाद यहाँ से वो आगे की तरफ बढ़े, जिसमें कुछ पुलिस वाले और एमसीडी जो कुछ कर्मचारी हैं वो भी घायल बताए गए हैं। और यहाँ पर इस वक्त का सिचुएशन, अगर हम इस वक्त ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट आपको अगर हम बताएं कि जो इस वक्त का मौजूदा हालात है, तो आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स यहाँ पर तैनात की गई है और जो तुर्कमान गेट का जो इलाका है, जो मेरे वीजे राजू आपको दिखा रही हैं तस्वीरें, देखिए यहीं पर जो है इसी रास्ते पर आगे पथराव हुआ था। उसके बाद जो है पुलिस ने एक्शन लेते हुए उन जो शरारती तत्व थे जिन्होंने पत्थर चलाया था उनके खिलाफ एक्शन की कार्रवाई की जो है वो जानकारी आ रही है। 10 लोगों को फिलहाल अभी हिरासत में लिया गया है और बताया जा रहा है कि अभी तकरीबन 5 से 6 लोगों की पहचान की गई है। ये इस वक्त हम यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और ये तुर्कमान गेट का इलाका है, जो यहाँ से आगे आसफ अली रोड से ये सीधा दिल्ली गेट की तरफ ये रास्ता जाता है और सामने तुर्कमान गेट की तरफ का ये रास्ता है और ये पूरा इलाका है जहाँ पर जो है ये इस तरफ से जो यहाँ पे पथराव शुरू हुआ था, यहाँ से लोग आगे की तरफ भागे थे और इस वक्त जो है फैज़ इलाही के पास का जो इल्लीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा गया है। और कल ही यानी कि 6 जनवरी को मंगलवार के दिन जो डीसीपी है यहाँ पर, डीसीपी सेंट्रल, उन्होंने अमन कमेटी की तरफ से जो है यहाँ पे लोगों को बुलाया था, उनसे बातचीत की थी कि किसी तरीके का कोई भी कैसे अलर्ट पर है। और ख़ास तौर से हम आपको बता दें कि पूरी तरीके से जो सुरक्षा को लेकर अगर हम बात करें तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस पूरे इलाके को, पीछे की तरफ जो रास्ता है मेरे वीडियो जो दिखा रहे हैं राजू, इस इलाके को पूरी तरीके से बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है, आसफ अली रोड को बंद कर दिया गया है और इस वक्त जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो इस वक्त यहाँ पे मौजूद है। और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की अगर हम बात करें, सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को भी यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय किया गया है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अभी हालात बिल्कुल शांतिपूर्ण है और अमन कमेटी के द्वारा जो है बात भी की गई, जिससे कि लोगों को पूरी तरीके से समझाया जा सके। और ये फैज़ इलाही मस्जिद के पास जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा गया है और इसको लेकर जो है वो कार्रवाई की गई है और फिलहाल इस वक्त जो है हालात बिल्कुल शांतिपूर्ण है। अपने सहयोगी कैमरामैन राजू के साथ मैं जावेद हुसैन, इंडिया न्यूज़, दिल्ली।
अदरक की हुई कुटाई, चाय की पतीली चढ़ाई, कैसी बनी चाय?
सिर्फ अदरक से चाय का स्वाद नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा बेटा, चाय का असली टेस्ट MDH+ से ही आएगा।
लौंग, हरी इलायची से भरपूर MDH किंग मसाला,
मसाले सच
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
World guesses Trump's next target. Greenland causes panic in Europe. Denmark warns the end of NATO. Trump's clear, he needs Greenland. Why is Trump risking NATO alliance for the island?
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Explained. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Let's listen into what Donald Trump said after striking Venezuela and bringing back President Nicolas Maduro to the US.
I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently?
Now listen to what he said a few hours later.
We need Greenland for national security. Not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over.
Not want, not desire, but need. Trump needs Greenland is what he said. Today we're decoding the reasons and implications of this need. These reasons could be divided into 3 points. Greenland's strategic position, Thule Air Base and rare earth metals. First, let's understand a little bit about Greenland's government before diving into these 3 points. Denmark is a semi-autonomous Danish territory which is part of NATO through Denmark's membership. Denmark colonized Greenland more than 300 years ago. Greenland got home rule in 1979, giving the population control over most of its internal affairs. Since 2009, Greenlanders have had the right to hold a referendum on independence. Denmark controls Greenland's foreign policy, defense and other aspects of its governance, and the island is still largely economically dependent on Denmark. Let's take a look at its location. Greenland's position is deeply strategic for the United States because it sits at the crossroads of the North Atlantic and the Arctic, directly between North America and Europe, and along emerging Arctic shipping routes that are opening as sea ice melts. Its location gives the US a critical advantage point for early warning missile detection and radar surveillance, anchored by the long-standing Thule Air Base, which monitors activity across the Arctic and over Russian control and influence in Greenland. Also strengthens the US presence in the GI-UK gap. That's Greenland, Iceland, UK, a vital naval choke point for tracking Russian submarines entering the Atlantic. Moreover, Greenland also hosts Pitufik space, formerly known as Thule Air Base, the US's military northernmost installation, which plays a critical role in missile warning, ballistic missile defense and space surveillance. Its position near potential polar flight and missile paths makes it central to US homeland defense. A 1951 agreement between the US and Denmark gave the US the right to move around freely and construct military bases in Greenland as long as Denmark and Greenland are notified. Now the third point why Trump needs Greenland. The island, whose capital Nuuk is closer to New York than the Danish capital Copenhagen, boasts mineral, oil and natural gas wealth. Greenland hosts several major rare earth deposits, mostly concentrated in the mineral-rich Garda province in the south. The largest and most well-known is the Kvanefjeld deposit near Narsak, considered one of the world's biggest resources. Of Re. Nearby projects include Tunbridge and Kringlerud, both rich in elements like neodymium and cerium. These locations make Greenland a key potential supplier of rare earths used in electric vehicles, wind turbines, electronics and defense technologies. According to a 2023 survey by the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, 25 of 34 minerals deemed critical raw materials by the European Commission were found in the island. They include graphite, lithium, as well as rare earth elements used in electric vehicles. Some scientists say that parts of Greenland's continental shelf could hold some of the largest undiscovered oil and gas deposits in the Arctic. But Greenland's government formally abandoned its oil ambitions in 2021, citing environmental risks and a lack of commercial viability. Greenland also has taken legal steps to limit the potential for environmentally destructive mining practices, including a 2021 ban on uranium mining. Such measures could be overturned if the US acquired the territory. This resulted in its economy being reliant on fishing, which accounts for over 95% of exports. It's also dependent on annual subsidies from Denmark, which cover roughly half of the island's public budget. But as Trump is repeating his threats to take over Greenland, Denmark is moving to strengthen its military presence around Greenland and in the wider North Atlantic. Last year, the government announced a roughly $2.3 billion agreement with parties including the government of Greenland and the Faroe Islands, another self-governing territory of Denmark, to improve capabilities for surveillance and maintaining sovereignty in the region. The increasing presence of China and Russia pose a threat to the US, In 2018, China declared itself a near-Arctic state in an effort to gain more influence in the region. China has also announced plans to build a polar Silk Road as part of its Global Belt and Road Initiative, which has created economic links with countries around the world. For NATO as well, Greenland becomes important due to the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap, an area of the northern Atlantic Ocean forming a critical passage for vessels moving between the Atlantic Ocean and the Arctic, as well as between North America and Europe. Controlling this strategic transit route allows NATO to monitor and regulate maritime traffic, ensuring that essential sea lanes remain open and secure, and to detect and deter possible underwater and subsurface threats, including more frequent Russian hybrid threats. In the event of conflict, the gap would facilitate the rapid deployment of NATO forces across the Atlantic. Now, European leaders have issued a joint statement underscoring the strategic importance of Arctic security and reaffirming that Greenland's future rests solely with its people in the Kingdom of Denmark. Amidst growing geopolitical competition in the region, the leaders made an explicit assertion on Greenland's political status, stating that the territory belongs to its people and that decisions concerning Greenland can only be taken by Denmark and Greenland themselves. Let's listen in to what the UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper said on this matter.
The House will have seen recent comments from the United States and from Denmark regarding Greenland. Let me be very clear on the UK position. Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Our close European partners, our long-standing NATO allies, and all our countries work closely together on security issues and will always do so. The future of Greenland is a matter for the Greenlanders and Danes and no one else.
In the end, Trump's persistent interest in Greenland reflects far more than a passing fascination. It underscores how the Arctic has become a new frontier of great power competition. With its proximity to the Arctic sea routes, vast natural resources and pivotal role in North Atlantic security, Greenland represents strategic leverage in a rapidly changing geopolitical landscape. Trump's rhetoric and diplomatic moves signal a belief that US influence in the Arctic must expand to counter China and Russia, even if that ambition clashes with diplomatic norms and Danish and Greenlandic sovereignty. Whether realistic or not, his focus on Greenland has forced the world to confront just how valuable and contested the Arctic has become.
World guesses Trump's next target. Greenland causes panic in Europe. Denmark warns the end of NATO. Trump's clear, he needs Greenland. Why is Trump risking NATO alliance for the island?
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH। अदरक की हुई कुटाई, चाय की पतीली चढ़ाई, कैसी बनी चाय?
सिर्फ अदरक से चाय का स्वाद नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा बेटा, चाय का असली टेस्ट MDH+ से ही आएगा।
लौंग, हरी इलायची से भरपूर MDH 3+ मसाला।
मसाले सच MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. Let's take a look at this big breaking development. Indian cricketer Shikhar Dhawan has condemned the brutal assault on a Hindu widow in Bangladesh. He said that such violence against anyone, anywhere is unacceptable. He has posted on X saying that prayers for justice and support for the survivor. There is a 40-year-old Hindu woman who was allegedly gang raped by two men who also cut off her hair 2 days ago. Aditya Wadhawan on the telecast with me. Aditya, shed more light into, first of all, this brutal incident that has taken place against a Hindu woman and Shikhar Dhawan coming out. You know, one of the few voices from the public arena, a cricketer who has come out and condemned this violence, this assault on the Hindu woman in Bangladesh.
Well, absolutely, Megha. You see, the former Indian opener Shikhar Dhawan has denounced the attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh. Taking to social media, the left-handed batter posted, heartbreaking to read about the brutal assault on a Hindu widow in Bangladesh. Such violence against anyone, anywhere is unacceptable. Prayers for justice and support for the survivors. In Bangladesh, there have been numerous instances of attack against Hindus, and definitely, this brutal attack against the Hindu widow is somehow very, very the gruesome attack that has happened. We are seeing under this interim government led by Mohammed Yunus, there have been targeted attacks on the Hindu minorities in Bangladesh, and definitely this is definitely bringing a bad name to Bangladesh as far as the global scenario is concerned.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Aditya, for giving us that update. In a major milestone in travel documentation and technology, India has officially launched the e-passport, introducing enhanced security features and digital verification. The launch is part of the Passport Seva program's modernization and aligns with India with the global standards in secure travel documents. Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Deep Dive with me, Megha Sharma, and today we dive into what exactly the service is, who is eligible, how does one apply, and what exactly are its benefits. India has officially begun issuing e-passports, a technologically upgraded passport embedded with a secure electronic chip that stores personal and biometric data. At its core, the e-passport looks much like the regular Indian passport we are all familiar with, apart from this built-in chip, identifiable by a small symbol on the cover that securely holds encrypted biometric data such as your digital photograph, fingerprints and facial recognition details. This enables faster and more secure identity verification during international travel. Unlike conventional passports where immigration officers manually verify physical pages and photo, the e-passport's electronic chip can be read automatically at immigration checkpoints, making it harder to forge and significantly improving the overall security of the document. So who exactly can apply for this document and how much does it cost? Well, here is the good news. Any Indian citizen who is eligible for a regular passport can also apply for an e-passport. This includes first-time applicants applying for a passport as well as existing passport holders who are applying for renewal or a reissue. Currently, the e-passport is being rolled out in a phased manner and is available at Passport Seva Kendra and Post Office Passport Seva Kendras that have been upgraded to issue these e-passports. Applicants should check whether the center they select supports e-passport issuance when booking appointment online. What is extremely important to note is that firstly, you are not required to replace your existing passport immediately. Your current passport remains valid until expiry. Secondly, the e-passport costs the same as the regular passport, which is 1500 rupees for a 36-page booklet and 2000 rupees for a 60-page booklet under normal processing. Now, you must be wondering, how does one apply for the e-passport? Well, the process largely mirrors that of a regular passport. Here is a simple step-by-step guide. Firstly, visit the Passport Seva portal and log in with your existing account or register as a new user. Once logged in, complete the online form for a fresh passport or renewal, making sure that the center you have chosen issues e-passports. Pay the applicable fee online and schedule an appointment at the Passport Seva Kendra or POPS. Attend your appointment with all necessary documents including proof of identity, address and other documents. You will also be required to submit biometric data. After verification and processing, the e-passport is printed with embedded chip and dispatched to your address. So why is this important? What does this document upgrade mean for its citizens? The e-passport is not just a cosmetic upgrade. It brings several benefits that impact both security and travel convenience, putting India at par with global standards. The major upgrade firstly greatly enhances security, making it harder for fraudsters to duplicate or tamper with your passport as compared to a purely printed booklet. The risk of identity theft or passport misuse is drastically reduced. The automated biometric scanning at immigration counters can also significantly speed up arrival and departure processes at airports, reducing time in the long, winding international travel queues. Finally, the passport is compliant with International Civil Aviation Organization standards, meaning that they are recognized and accepted worldwide, enhancing India's travel document credibility. For India, the move becomes particularly important amidst the rise in cases of passport frauds and identity theft. The move becomes significant when we look at ICAO data that shows biometric passports reduce document fraud by over 90% at borders. In 2025, a year-long police crackdown resulted in the arrest of more than 130 people in Delhi and IGI airport linked to passport and visa fraud networks. This included travel agents and facilitators involved with forged passports and manipulated travel documents. Authorities froze over 100 suspicious bank accounts and initiated asset attachment proceedings against the suspects. India's Ministry of External Affairs has also reported 1,343 complaints over double passports, meaning individuals allegedly holding more than one Indian passport over the last 5 years, highlighting the potential fraud risks and security concerns. In fact, in a recent case in Kerala, police uncovered a major passport fraud racket wherein 25 people obtained passports using forged documents facilitated by a suspended civil police officer. The fraud included senior civil police officer Anzil Mohammed, who worked in a passport verification section in Thiruvananthapuram. Anzil allegedly colluded with a gang to help ineligible individuals, some with criminal backgrounds, obtain passports using fake documents such as forged ration cards, SSLC certificates, birth certificates and voter ID cards. The gang reportedly even used the details of a person who died 17 years ago. The Kerala case study tells us exactly why e-passports were becoming an impending need in the country. Fraudsters relied heavily on forged physical documents, making it possible for them to evade detection for some time, even using the details for someone who had died almost 2 decades ago. The change with the e-passport, the passport is now completely anchored to biometric identity. Even if fake passports are submitted, biometrics cannot be faked at scale. Paper can be forged, but biometrics cannot be borrowed. Moreover, biometric data is verified across centralized encrypted databases, and digital logs can create a clear audit trail. Even a case like Kerala involving an insider will be tough to replicate. Fraud networks also often exploit loopholes to create multiple identities. Now, with e-passports, one person means one biometric profile. Any attempt to reapply using altered documents triggers a biometric mismatch. Finally, even if a fraudulent passport somehow slips through, immigration counters can scan the chip, and a biometric mismatch raises an immediate red flag. The passport can now be easily flagged, cancelled and investigated. To sum up, the launch of India's e-passport marks a significant upgrade to the nation's passport services, blending digital technology with international travel needs. Whether you're applying for the first time or renewing your passport, the e-passport offers a more secure, efficient and globally respected travel document. Moreover, the e-passport dramatically narrows the space in which fraud can operate, addressing rising concerns regarding duplication and manipulation. Let's open up this conversation. Dr. Sharad Kohli, senior economist on the telecast with me. Dr. Kohli, it's good news that e-passports have been brought into circulation. Anybody who is wanting to renew their passport, get it reissued, or those whose passports are expired, or even the first-time passport appliers can apply for these e-passports. How does this help in ending visa frauds, passport frauds, as well as identity thefts?
Good evening, Megha, to you and Newsx viewers. As you rightly said, the passports were being misused in the past, identities were being forged, multiple passports were being obtained, forged documents were being given. Basically, the crux of the problem was that the person holding the passport and the documents, they were very difficult to be linked together. And with this biometric and RFID, system being introduced in the passport, I think that will become next to impossible, because your identity will be through your biometric, which comes through a thumb impression. And once you give your thumb impression, well, thumb impression, I must tell on a technical level that for each individual, if there are 850 crore people on this earth, for each individual, the thumb impression is different. No two people can have same thumb impression. So that biometric is going to be a significant game changer. Moreover, the chip, it will make things speedier. The long passport immigration queues, which you see, is basically right now what happens when you go to the immigration, your passport is taken from you. It is the cover of the passport where the hidden picture is there, is scanned through a scanner. Yeah. And you have to wait until then. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So all that system will be a thing of past. Well, people who are listening to you, to spell out, because after listening to you and me, a lot of people holding the passport would like to rush to get the new passport. It is not for them. This is for the people who are applying afresh, or for the people whose passports have expired or getting renewed. For the people already holding valid passports, can just sit back home, wait for their passport to expire, or if for any reason they have to renew, or if they need a new booklet, sometime like my passport ran out of pages. If you need a new booklet, that is as good as getting another passport. So then you need to apply. So eventually, over a period of time, I would say over a period of next 5 to 10 years, Megha, you will find everybody in the country having e-passport, because by then all passports would have expired. Yeah. And there are about 9.6 crore passport holders in India as per the latest records available. And 120 plus countries, Megha, are using e-passport facilities. So India will be part of that now. So because it happens when Indians land in these countries, the immigration at that country also struggles to, read the passport, scan the passport. But if it is an e-passport, it follows a uniform technological system where you can read who the person is. So I think this is going to be revolutionary as far as India is concerned. We are slightly late, but better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 178 countries that have made the e-passports operational in their territories. Also, the kind of work and effort that goes into completely changing the passport model when you are putting the chips, the digital format of scanning of the passports, how much time, effort and manpower does it take? And also the fact that it has to be, acceptable as per global standards.
It is a Herculean task to start with for a country like ours, where, if you see the rush at the passport seva kendras, there are about, 400 plus passport seva kendras in the country. All passport seva kendra PSKs, they are not equipped to handle this kind of rush. So people have to take appointments and, wherever there is an appointment available. So in a country like ours, where the number of passport holders vis-a-vis the total population is very, very minuscule. So it is a very challenging task. And I think the preparation with regard to technology takes more time. Once the technology is implemented, Megha, because technology has a very, very good quality, that once it gets implemented, it evolves very quickly and becomes easier to apply. So I think once the technology is there, you will find more and more PSKs being equipped. And I think the process will pick up pace. With the flux of time, you will find more and more PSKs getting involved, and people will be able to obtain faster. Also, I must mention here, Megha, although the time involved for issuing the passport has already significantly gone down, if you compare it with the last few years, now you get it in a few days. I think with this e-passport, because all your data, all your particulars are going to be in the form of an electronic chip. So it is going to get even more quick. So with just wait for some time, you will find your passport like it happens in the West. I went to UK, my friend got his passport the very next day. So you will find you getting your passport over a period of time, within a period of 1 or 2 days. I think that is another thing which is going to happen with these passports. Things are going to become very, very quick. So getting a passport is going to be easy. You're going to spend less time at the immigration, and your data is going to be secured forever. Nobody can impersonate you, Megha.
It is also important to note that the government of India has kept the price point at the same price as you get your regular passport. So 1,500 rupees for the 36-page copy, 2,000 rupees for the 60-page copy. What does that indicate? Keeping in mind that government would have to put in large amount of resources, including funds, to completely overhaul the system.
Now, obviously, government didn't want to, transfer that load to people, because if a technological upgradation is being made at government's end, I think the government obviously wants to absorb that. And we should not forget that technology, as it progresses, as it evolves, it gets cheaper as well. It gets more economical. And in India, economies of scale do come. Imagine if 10 people apply and if 100,000 people apply. So obviously you generate economies of scale, but government would not have hesitated to make that investment from its own coffers to make sure that the benefit of technology does reach people. And it is more important to secure. Imagine, Megha, one person who was an economic fugitive, he ran away from the country. How many crores have we spent on bringing him back? If there was this e-system, probably that person would not have run away from the country. So the opportunity cost of not having this could sometimes be more than the cost of investment. But I'm sure government will not hesitate, as I said, in absorbing this cost and making sure that passport making doesn't become too expensive for the people, because it is not just the rich who are traveling these days. It is not just the rich who want to travel abroad these days. It is big Indian middle class, and now the neo middle class, which is raring to go. If you climb a plane to Middle East, you will find probably 60% of the passengers who are going for small time tasks.
Yeah.
So I think it should be a reasonable proposition for them, which is being kept in mind.
All right, Dr. Sharad Kohli, thank you very much for speaking to us and giving us that insight. All right, on that note, I slip into a short break. Thanks for watching.
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है,
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाएं कई गुना।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
and welcome. You're watching Newsx and this is Deep Dive. The Election Commission of India on 6th of January 2026 published the draft electoral rules for Uttar Pradesh after conducting this special intensive revision exercise. The electoral roll now has 12.55 crore voters. Let's look at what accounts for these deletions. According to the official data, 2.89 crore names have been deleted from the earlier voter list of the state. The names in the earlier electoral roll were 15.44 crore in number. This accounts for around 18.07% deletion. This number of 2.89 crore names deleted is the highest for any state or union territory in absolute numbers, where the SIR has been conducted so far in the country. Only the Andaman and Nicobar, a union territory, has more deletions in percentage terms than Uttar Pradesh. The deletion for Tamil Nadu was 15.19%, Gujarat was 14.5%, West Bengal was 7.59%, Madhya Pradesh at 7.45%. Let's look at what accounts for these deletions. While 46.23 lakh voters or 2.99% were found to be deceased, 2.17 crore voters or 14.06% had either permanently migrated or were not available during the verification process. Another 25.87 lakh voters or 1.65% voters were found to be registered at more than one place. Let's dive deeper into where these deletions happen. Urban centers saw the maximum percentage of numbers or names being deleted, led by the state capital Lucknow at 30%, closely followed by Ghaziabad, an industrial district adjoining the national capital, at 28%. Gautam Budh Nagar, another district adjoining Delhi, saw 23.7% deletion. Prayagraj 24%, Kanpur 25%. And now, of the 12.55 crore voters on Uttar Pradesh's draft electoral list published, 8% or 1.04 crore will receive notices as their mapping has not been completed. According to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Electoral Officer Navdeep Rinwa, the enumeration form sought details of voters as per the last intensive electoral roll of 2003 and whether their names figured in it. If a voter's name was not found, they were asked to provide the names of their parents or grandparents, as their details could not be confirmed with the 2003 rolls. This process is referred to as mapping. The unmapped list is maintained separately and will not be visible in the draft roll. These unmapped voters will be served notices by the electoral registration officers through booth-level officers, asking them to establish their eligibility. Now, notices will be sent to these people, which will contain a list of documents that they can submit as proof for inclusion in the final list in March. The notice period started from 6th of January. Now, have a look at how to check your name in the draft roll. These are the steps for online method. First, visit the votereci.gov.in and go to the Download Electoral Roll section. Select State and Year of Revision. Download the PDF electoral roll relevant to your assembly constituency and do a manual check in the PDF. Alternatively, voters can visit the ceo_pradesh.nic.in to download the district-wise and constituency-wise PDF draft roll. For the offline method, you need to visit your local polling station where physical copies of the ECI draft roll are available. Contact your booth-level officer to check the ASD or absent, shifted, dead list. If you find your name missing, the Election Commission of India has opened the claims and objections window from 6th of January to 6th of February. Voters can submit Form 6 if your name is missing or you are a new voter. Form 7 to object to the incorrect or ineligible entries. Form 8 to correct errors in the name, address, photo or other details. Listen in to Navdeep Rinwa, who is the Uttar Pradesh Chief Election Officer.
अब फॉर्म 6 की हम अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं बड़ी संख्या में उत्तर प्रदेश में कि लोग अपना नाम चेक करें ड्राफ्ट वोटर लिस्ट में, और ये नाम चेक करना बहुत ही आसान है। हमारे सीओ उत्तर प्रदेश की वेबसाइट पे हमने इसको लगा दिया है। एपिक नंबर डालते ही आपका ये बता देता है कि आपका नाम किस बूथ के किस सीरियल नंबर पे पूरी डिटेल देता है, और अगर आपका नाम नहीं होगा उस एपिक से तो रिकॉर्ड नॉट फाउंड आएगा। उसके साथ ही हमने एक लिस्ट दी है एब्सेंट, शिफ्टेड, डेड और डुप्लीकेट अदर्स वोटर्स। उसमें बूथ वाइज उन लोगों की सूची है जिनका नाम पहले था 27 अक्टूबर 2025 को और अब ड्राफ्ट वोटर लिस्ट में नहीं आया। उसमें उसका कारण भी लिखा है कि क्या मृतक होने की वजह से बीएलओ ने उसको हटाया या स्थानांतरित होने की वजह से हटाया या एब्सेंट होने की वजह से हटाया। उसमें भी एपिक नंबर डालते ही वो बता देता है कि आपका नाम इस बूथ में था और इस वजह से आपका नाम हटाया गया।
Now, after the draft SIR voter list was released, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has given responsibility to all ministers to visit their respective areas and verify which eligible voters have been left out of the draft electoral rolls and how many ineligible people have been included. At the same time, the exercise reflects mounting opposition pressure and public scrutiny over alleged irregularities, turning voter verification into a key political flashpoint in the state. I am joined by Mohammed Amin. He is a former Election Commission member. Mr. Amin, thank you very much. And of course, the voter deletion draft list has been released for the state of Uttar Pradesh. It is not a surprise that there are 2.89 crore people, voters whose names have been rusticated from the draft list. Keeping in mind, Uttar Pradesh is the most populous state of the country. We have already talked about the procedure. If a person needs to verify why his name has been deleted or has been deleted by mistake, he can go on the websites, the portals, or even physically visit the closest booth center. In wake of the draft lists that have been released, we've taken a look at something similar taking place in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and now Uttar Pradesh. How do you think people are going to come to terms with the large-scale deletion of the voters' names?
Actually, this is the SIR and incentive revision is going on in the 12, including all the UTs and states. And you can mentioning about the UP, and UP is the biggest state in the country as where their record found till date. So there is a 2.89 lakh, 2 crore 8.89 lakh voters are deleted from their voter list. Why? Actually, these voter lists are purified by the Election Commission of India, by the BLOs. So these lists are having the dead who has already died in the past and who are the shifted earlier from this place to another place and migrated, and who are the not having the duplication, means duplicate means in the city side and their ancestor places. So that's why this heavy extensive revision is there. So that's why they are very carefully doing this job. Yes. And that's why you can find total is 2.89 crores. So we can, this is separated, you can say like that. This looks like very heavy, but I can mention the Saharanpur has the 4,32,000, Muzaffarnagar 3,44,000, Meerut 6,65,000, Ghaziabad 8,18,000, Bulandshahr is 4,30,000, and Gautam Buddha Nagar means Noida, that is 4,44,000, and Bagpat has the 17, means we can mention the approximate total, we can say 2.89 crores voters are delisted.
Right.
Why?
Right. Absolutely. I do want to ask, it's important to also highlight over here in absolute terms the names that have been deleted are the highest for any state where the SIR exercise has been conducted, and I will put out these figures. I'll once again want to read out these figures for my viewers' benefit. These voters, that is 2.89 crore names that were deleted, which comes to 18.7% of the deletions from the total voter population. And right. If we compare it to Tamil Nadu, which was 15.19%, Gujarat at 14.5%, West Bengal at 7.59%, and Madhya Pradesh at 7.45%. What does this indicate? Keeping in mind there has of course been a diatribe from the opposition parties attacking the Election Commission of India, accusing the Election Commission of India of colluding with the government of India, with the BJP that is ruling at the central level, and saying that there has been disproportionate deletion of names of certain communities, certain areas, certain regions?
They can thank to the Rahul Gandhi opposition leader who has raised the question at the time of the Delhi, Haryana and the Maharashtra elections. At the time of the Maharashtra election, he said publicly that lakhs of votes added for the BJP and ruling party favoring in the voter list, and the lakhs of the votes are deleted for the opposition parties. So that's why after the Maharashtra election commission has decided to think over it. And after that, he has decided to first state was in front of the Bihar. So Bihar has the SIR, and the 65 lakh voters were deleted and 22 lakhs were added at that time. And you can see, for example, the 5 voters cannot come in front of the publicly. They said that there is injustice for them. And this is clearly shows that we have done it nicely and very clearly. And you know, first time I'm telling you, in this from 1951 to start the election in the country, and the first time these BLAs are introduced. Like the polling station, we have the polling booth agents, and we have the counting places, counting agents are there. First time they have election commission has permitted to all stakeholders, they can depute with our BLOs to BLAs, booth level assistant. They can see everything. So everything is the right of the BLOs and BLAs, everything is there. If any problem is there, they can raise the question to the AERO, Assistant Returning Officer. Otherwise, if any problem with the AERO, they can go to the CEO. So this is the process and very clear cut. And this time you
okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Amin, for joining me and giving us your view about the process that takes place, and if there are discrepancies, how can the voter reach out to the booths, reach out to the booth officers and get those issues rectified. On that note, I slip into a short break. Thanks for watching.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH। अदरक की हुई कुटाई, चाय की पतीली चढ़ाई, कैसी बनी चाय?
सिर्फ अदरक से चाय का स्वाद नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा बेटा, चाय का असली टेस्ट MDH+ से ही आएगा।
लौंग, हरी इलायची से भरपूर MDH 3+ मसाला।
मसाले सच MDH।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. Let's take a look at this big breaking development. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has hit out at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP after the Madras High Court upheld the Deepam lighting practice in Madurai. Stalin said that the Home Minister and the BJP's allegation that the rights of Hindus are being taken away are false. He added, to speak the truth, the designs of those who wish to create riots and so division have failed in Tamil Nadu, and they will continue to fail. It will not happen, and we will not allow it to happen. As long as Stalin is here, it will never happen. Belly Thomas on the telecast with me. Belly, after the ruling of the courts, Tamil Nadu government led by the DMK is targeting the BJP, accusing the BJP of sowing seeds of discord.
Absolutely, Megha. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin said that in such a state, Tamil Nadu, to make a completely baseless allegations that the rights of Hindus are being taken away is unbecoming of the Union Home Minister's position. And to speak the truth, the designs of those who wish to create riots and sow division have failed in Tamil Nadu, and they will continue to fail. And it will not happen, and we will not allow it, is what Stalin says. And as long as Stalin is here, it would never happen. To put it plainly, some people seem to think they can come here, speak like this and spread hatred in the northern states. It appears to be their intention. The
the Union Home Minister did not just spread misinformation and leave. He also did one good thing, that he himself asked the very question we needed to ask, the people of Tamil Nadu needed to ask. He had actually made the people of Tamil Nadu's job easier, and for that he would like to thank the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Because Amit Shah had asked the people, do you want a Modi government in Tamil Nadu or not? And Stalin goes on to say that, sir, this is exactly what the people of Tamil Nadu are saying too. The 2026 election is about deciding should the Tamils govern the Tamil Nadu ourselves, or should people with no connection to us govern from somewhere in Delhi?
Okay,
So this
all
election
right,
is
Bali,
a
thank you
challenge.
very much for giving us that update. Shifting our focus to another breaking development, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also put out a tweet after having spoken to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He said that he discussed national security with the Prime Minister. He also said that both the leaders discussed the strength of the India-Israel relationships and how they can unleash the boundless potential of this partnership for the benefit of our people. He said that he looks forward to meeting Prime Minister Modi in the near future to continue these discussions in person. Aditya Vadhavan on the telecast with me. Aditya, interesting to note that in his tweet, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has hinted at visiting India and meeting Prime Minister Modi in the near future, keeping in mind in the last few months, fag end of 2025, there had been whispers and murmurs that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu might just arrive in India.
Well, absolutely. This phone call, is very, very essential, that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And meanwhile, the office of the Prime Minister of Israel also released a statement describing the conversation as fruitful and focused on deepening cooperation between the two countries, particularly in the area of national security. And indeed, according to Netanyahu's office, the Israeli Prime Minister noted the strength of India-Israel ties and vast untapped potential of the partnership. The statement said, and I quote, we discussed the strength of India-Israel relations and how we can unleash the boundless potential of this partnership for the benefit of our people. This marks the second interaction between the two leaders, that have had in a month, with the last being on December 11. So indeed, Megha, at this juncture, it is, already India and Israel definitely have robust diplomatic relations, and there are many areas of cooperation where the two countries can join hands. Megha, back to you.
In fact, keeping in mind that Piyush Goyal, the Indian Commerce Minister, was also in Israel last month, the talks are speeding up in culminating the free trade agreement between both countries. All right, the big story of the hour that we are discussing right now, a massive reality check from the Supreme Court today. While hearing the stray dog menace, a three-judge bench did not mince words, declaring that public safety cannot be a gamble. Justice Vikram Nath-led bench flagged a chilling reality. It said that no one can read a canine's mind. You don't know what mood they are in. The court's verdict, prevention is better than cure. But it wasn't just about bites. The bench sounded the alarm on highway safety, observing that even without the threat of bites, the presence of stray animals poses a significant road hazard, often leading to fatal accidents. The bench's final stinging question to the authorities: why do we need dogs in our schools, our hospitals and courtrooms at all? Let's open up this discussion. Joining me on the telecast is Ambika Shukla. She is an animal welfareist. Ambika, what do you make of the judgment passed by the Supreme Court today? Stinging remarks, holding logic to the petitioners who were being represented by Kapil Sibal. How can one gauge when the animal is going to decide whether to bite a human or not to bite? And with the argument that had been put forth by Kapil Sibal saying that the strays, if they are going to bite people in the area, in the compound that they are roaming around in, or they have the propensity or are likely to bite them, then they should be taken to the dog centers and they should be sterilized and then released back into the same compound where their habitat is. To which the Supreme Court has said that all that remains now, it seems, is to counsel the dogs as to whether they should, in fact, counsel the dogs that they should not bite humans. Do you think that's possible?
Firstly, there has been no judgment. All of this was observations, and some of it was light-hearted banter. So none of this is a judgment. There has been no judgment so far. The matter is ongoing. The Supreme Court is going to resume hearings tomorrow. What is important to see, though, from today's hearing is, for the very first time, there has been a reality check. The Maharashtra government, in its affidavit to the Supreme Court in this matter, has clearly stated that it does not have any sheltering capacity in order to comply with the order. It is said it cannot comply with the order as it does not have the capacity. And several other states have agreed. And this is actually the truth. On ground, there is not one single municipal shelter in India. And there is a reason for that. For 25 years, the government policy has been sterilize, vaccinate, and release. So there has been no cause for any shelters. So there are no shelters. So you cannot overnight make a direction to pick up dogs and put them into shelters when the shelters do not exist. And the states have said that they do not have these shelters. Secondly, the logic of the ABC program, the Animal Birth Control Program, is very simple. Not only, and it is a WHO program endorsed by the apex human health body of the world as the only scientific and proven way to reduce dog numbers, curb biting, and eliminate rabies. How does it work? It works not only when dogs are sterilized, obviously they will not reproduce and the numbers will be curbed, but more than that, it actually does curb biting. How? There are three main reasons for biting. One is during the mating season, when male dogs become excitable, and that is when a bite could occur. Second is after the females deliver puppies, then females protect their puppies, and that is a time when a bite could occur. And the third is when dogs enter each other's territory and there is territorial fighting. And as a result, a sort of damage can occur through a bite. Now, all three causes
is this going to be guaranteed that if these three conditions do not exist, the dog is not going to bite a human, the dog is not going to bite anybody? What if someone steps on his tail by mistake? What if he is just pushed around, keeping in mind the dog is roaming on the streets? Again, the big question that has been asked by the Supreme Court bench, why is there a need to have dogs on the streets that would be detrimental, that would cause, that may be a big cause for having accidents? Why are you jeopardizing human life for a few people who at this point of time are justifying the existence of dogs in their specific habitat, which turns out to be schools, which turns out to be colleges, which turns out to be government institutions, even streets?
Ma'am, accidents happen all the time on the roads, traffic accidents. Can we guarantee that if we take cars off shall we take all cars off the roads? Accidents happen, but these are the main circumstances which can be prevented. Bites are preventable through our own education and our behavior and our awareness. And it is not about
are you tomorrow going to say that the cows and the buffaloes and the goats should also be let loose on roads?
No, ma'am, there is a fundamental difference